for the SUSA-sponsored conference on educators and emerging scholars as catalysts for student mental health. Mental health has been a concern for all for a long time, and with the new education policy, there has been a special emphasis on the needs of mental health of students, and that is why this is a dream project. It was a need of the hour, and we were very happy with Dr. VMN College of Home Science, the principal Dr. Mala Panduna, supporting us for this. When we spoke to her, she said, yes, this is a need of the hour, and we can have a conference. Grateful to the central government RUSA funding for the same. So along with the people who are physically present here, there are many who could not be here physically and they have joined us online. The Department of Psychology, the teachers, the students and Varsha, Palkar and Soname sir have taken a lot of efforts for organizing this. I'm immensely proud of what the arrangements they have made and the efforts they have taken. And I really wish that more people join as we go along because the efforts taken are a lot and it is definitely going to make a difference. Because as teachers, I have always believed that you can make or break a life. And a kind word here and there can give strength to the student and help her rise above her mitigating circumstances. And at the same time, a word which may not have been thought of very carefully can cause immense damage. And though we look at this as job of a teacher, it's actually something like a pilgrimage that you take over the years, and nothing can be more fulfilling than giving shape to the destinies of students. And we are unique in that we get to shape the future citizens of our country. And I'm very happy that today we will learn how to take care of the mental health and well-being of others. While welcoming, did I miss out? Kunali Muchala. Yeah, she went here, so I missed her. So a warm welcome to you too. She was our graduate student and then she did her post-graduation from Dr. Thakre's department in clinical psychology. And she's one of the senior psychologists here. So we're really happy to have all of you and we look forward to the deliberations for the day. Dr. Mala Pandurang is busy in another conference right now, but she will be definitely joining us during the part of the day and definitely for the valedictory conference. So thank you so much.
To begin with, I now invite Ms. Aditi Dalvi to introduce our first speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I am Aditi Dalvi from MA1 Psychology from Srimati Manivel and Krishna College of Arts and Commerce. And I'd like to take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to today's keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Neeraj Thakre, Head, Department of Psychology and Dean of Humanities at the Indian University. Dr. Thakre is an HR consultant and an accomplished professor in psychology with an exceptional record in both academia and the world of corporate. He has a wide range of skills and expertise across all disciplines, which include curriculum development, HR analytics, psychometric testing, counseling, organizational development, and so on. Apart from this, Dr. Thakre has been the head of the Department of Psychology at Trinity Women's University since 2017 and a member of the Institutional Ethics Committee at GS Medical College and Training Hospital from 2019 and 2023. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause to President Dr. Thakre.
Meanwhile, I would request the remaining panelists to please be seated at the front. Thank you all.
Is my is my PPT up? Yes, yes, the one there with the features. With the features, I will ask him.
Good morning to everyone.
Videos.
I can see the as per our today topic, I can see the valid and the audience here is educators, researchers, students, and mostly from psychology and other disciplines. So, mental health is not only the domain of the psychology or psychiatrist, but it is for everyone. Because
है आपके पास
being a
हाई
educator, being a teacher,
तो मैं आपको वीडियो 1 बोलूंगा
is
ऐसे
understanding the
पेज डाउन
contact of the
नेक्स्ट
students.
नेक्स्ट
And there you can understand their need and their feelings. And nowadays we have a different kind of genes there where you are dealing with that, and it's a huge. Yeah, you can operate from here. You are doctorate. Yeah. So it's our duty to understand. Okay. So how it can be the catalyst for the student mental health? Recently, also Supreme Court of India gave the directives to all the state government to taking care of the student mental health and their well-being. And they directed each and every colleges of the India, they have to establish at least conflict center, what kind of activities they are doing in concern of one of the case. And recently in month of Jan, another hearings are there. So all the universities and colleges, they have the action plan, what they're supposed to do. So it's very, very important for any person to be mentally well, and they can perform the way they're supposed to do. Please next. You have to go to next.
अच्छा आनंद
So we are focusing mostly. Go to first slide.
First slide.
Not that yet. Yeah. Next. You could have given the access to me here, so that will be better. Okay.
कैंडी
So student universities are not just the academic spaces, but developmental ecosystems are there. Because nowadays we are talking about ecosystem in the form of the entrepreneurships. So we are not focusing on the education, but it's the focal point of the all the interactions. Though we are this is the era of the online learning and interaction, but unless you come face to face, one to one, you cannot learn so many things. Whatever you learn as a student on the campus within your classroom, more of the things you are learning outside the classroom. The way you are interacting with each other, you are sharing your thoughts and emotions. Through that, you can understand. And mental health outcomes are shaped collectively by teaching practices, peer culture, and professional support system. So, what kind of systems and models of teaching you are using at the classrooms? What kind of peer culture you are having? It making the difference between the mentally healthy and mentally having a lot of things to be improved. And universities and colleges are providing such kind of the support system for all of us. And what is the interdisciplinary collaboration can enable us to early identification, preventive action, consistent messaging across campus, and share responsibility reduces burnout among individuals. So you are focusing on the burnout because that is again industrial term of burnout and stress. It is mostly can be find out with even with the teachers because nowadays so many activities, so many things are supposed to be completed every day. And the students always they are in burnout stage because a lot of demands are there from the every day. It may because at the time of exam there will be a lot of burnouts are there. And as a college, as an institute, you can have some kind of system where you can identify the potential students, those having some kind of problems, they require some kind of handholding. So, not only with the Department of Psychology, but all the teachers, those are teaching in a different kind of domain, they can understand the early signs of the mental fatigue or mental request some kind of need for handholding. And then they can be sent to the trained psychologist or maybe the Department of Psychology and further help can be given. Because being a teacher, you are the focal point where you can identify, yes, one student may because you can see so many cases are there. One student may be performing very well in the first year, second year, and third year. Suddenly, her performance goes down. She is not coming regularly to the college. So, what is the problem with that? So, we have to find out there will be a lot of problems will be there within the her system. It may be family system, it may be peer pressure, or it may be any other thing. And suddenly, through the COVID, we have seen a lot of socioeconomic changes happen with the well-to-do families also, because so many businesses, so many jobs were not there for the COVID period, and so many difficulties are there. So many times we not aware. Students also work part-time, and I remember the around 2000. I can say 2008, 9, 7. That time it is boom of the BPO, and some of the students are feeling sleepy at the. Then I asked what is the problem, because that students were working at the night at a BPO call center, and the morning they are completing their degree in psychology. But we are not aware. We are saying why you are sleeping. We are taking that kind of thing. But I'm really happy to share with that SNDT Department of Psychology and SNDT University having a lot of initiatives are there. We conduct the sessions for our engineering college. One session I introduce, and in my second year students of those are in the final year, that is the fourth semester of the MA Psychology. They are taking over. They are conducting the sessions for the first year students of the BE engineering, because once they complete the 12th standard, there are a lot of demands for the engineering graduates. They have to complete so many projects, and they come from the different varied kind of background. So it is hand holding that required. And also we train the teachers as well as those are here researchers and educators are there. What you can do the pre and post test. You can conduct some kind of session for them. Maybe it's very simple, maybe the communication, maybe team building, or even maybe interpersonal communication. And then you find out what kind of problems are there, as well as all of you students of psychology. Yeah. So that by using the simple bake depressive inventory or maybe anxiety inventory, you can conduct that within your college and try to find out those are in borderline. And just try to help them out. So we have across maybe 1000, 2000 students are there. You can just do the simple paper and pencil skill, or maybe use the online skill and try to find out. On that basis, you understand what is the anxiety level. Or you can do the periodic kind of testing, maybe the month of June, then before your semester exam and before your submission. You try to find out what kind of graphs you are getting in statistically. On that basis, also your faculty members and the trained psychologists can help you to have some kind of intervention. Unless you measure, we cannot provide any kind of interventions. We'll go to next. Yeah. I think already I covered. The students already covered a lot of points are there. I don't want to take whole time. Okay. Yes, wait. Go to earlier. Earlier, please. One ahead.
Ahead, yes.
Yes, wait. Role of, okay. Apply. Can you go to previous one? Or you can give access to me, because then it is to me. You're going to last slide.
Previous one, right?
Previous one, yes. Where I was, after that you can take that. Here if you stop, that is fine. The role of student and emerging scholars, peer influence and voice. So I think in your college also you are having the peer mentoring system. What kind of system is there? Can anyone tell me? Due to the mentoring of your first year students? Okay, because I learned from the Archana Bhakti madam about the master student. I thought it is very good kind of practice. And again, the one practice I want to share with the Dr. Archana Bhakti madam and other people are here. We started with the one kind of system, that is the where the students, because see, even the student of psychology, a lot of demands are there. So where you started the Maitra Samvedna, that is one initiative started with that. And once in a month or twice in a month, give the teachers and the student, both they are on the equal platform. No one is higher, no one is on the lower level, and we just interact on any of the thoughts, any of the things. And out of that, so many anxieties are there that is going to come up. So we require the non-threatening environment for our students. So it can be started with any of the subjects. So where the one may be the mentor, one teacher will be there, another 10 students are there. Suppose you have 100 students, you make it 10 groups. One person will act, one person teachers are there, but he is not a teacher, or he may be not acting as a parent, but he is on the equal level. And then just we are talking about themselves. And the only one rule is that you're not supposed to talk about your assignment. You're not supposed to talk about your exam, syllabus, nothing. Just you, the being a friend, what you talk generally, talk about the movie, or you can talk about the Dhurandhar. Huh? So that is the now 200 crores crossing and Akshay, what is that? Khanna, Akshay Khanna has got his golden days back. So this kind of talk can be done with the students, and slowly will come out with their what is the issues are there. And that issue, you understand being a teacher, okay, this girl or this boy require a little bit more attention. So that can be done. And you can really make them happy too, because being a psychologist or being a teacher, our role is that everyone should perform at their best. Like we know the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they should work at the fullest potential, whatever may possible. So on that basis, they are to buddy system for the first year students. So you don't think about the psychology, but again, you think about the IITs, IIMs, or maybe the quota factory, where you are having a lot of we train the individuals for the competitive examination. So many things are there. We are seeing the quota become not only the IIT coaching factory, but it is the suicide factory. Every month, someone other person are doing the suicide and coaching. Classes, they appointed the counselors, lot of things are peer pressure, family pressure. The moment children born, they want to become the doctor and IIT or IIM. So and they train their mind in that. They don't understand whether that their son or daughter are really capable or having the interest or the aptitude to perform the way they supposed to. And you are seen in the era of here in India or everywhere, you choose any kind of profession, you can be successful. Earlier in our era or earlier era, we are having only two professions, like engineer, doctors, or maybe little bit lawyer or something. But now, any domains you can be successful, you can officially, legally earn lot of money. That is possible. So that should be understood by your parents and yourself as well as you have to see to others, other when you are training your students. So and again, it is not there. I have seen the people who that they did their P mechanical from IIT and they are successfully running the businesses of the computers or maybe fridge. So it is the altogether different ball game. You can do any kind of things unless you are doing sincerely. So here the role of the teachers and the psychologists and mental health practitioners are very crucial because even the government of India giving the emphasis on the mental health and mental well-being of all the individuals. If you are happy, then everyone is happy and you can perform better. Recently, when I visited to the Japan for the conference and I presented my paper, we interact a lot of places are there. So mostly Japanese children and the people are there happy and their culture altogether different. I never imagined in Japan, I never find out any kind of dustbin. Not on the airport, not on the metro or the bullet train. We have to carry all our in plastic and you have to keep at your home and you have to dispose it off. You are not supposed to throw anything on the road. And so much disciplines are there. And inherently, when the students come first to the school, what they have to do? They have to go and clean the washrooms. And then they'll going to come to the classroom. So the cleanliness and disciplines are there. And another thing which I observe when you are crossing the road, what will you do? When the red signal will start, you start running. And the car and bike want to dash up even in there the green signal. But there they'll stop. All those are crossing the road, they'll stop in between. So discipline is very important. And you have seen the Japan was built so many times and they are very through the discipline and courage and strength and resilience they rebuild again and again. So resilience is one of the part of the human capacity where it is there and resilience, even the Patki madam did her work on the resilience. So Indian population is inherently very resilient. We very difficultly get very low resilience because our system is something like that. Every time you have to struggle. In Mumbai, when you go out of the home, you have to struggle. Whether I'm getting my train, whether I'm getting auto, whether my train will come on time, can I go to inside the train? If I go to inside the train, can I get a place? All things that it started. So Mumbai people are more resilient. So another thing that the student-led mental health initiatives and awareness drives. So the student can be catalyst to propagate the mental health. Because being a teacher, we are a little bit senior on the students. So at your level, just you go and speak with students. What is your concern? You go to history, go to geography, go to commerce, just to talk with them. So even that can be done as a group of students. You go to 3-4 students and just talk. There's no need of any kind of formal kind of setting. Just to go and just talk naturally, commonly, but a lot of concerns are there. If you start that at your younger age or maybe when you're in the graduate level or postgraduate level, that is really going to help us. Next. Can you do the next slide? Yeah. So what is the role of practitioners? Bridging the theory and practice. Apply evidence-based campus relevant interventions. So evidence-based. The way I given the example, you have some kind of intervention, measure it, again repeat it. If that intervention is not useful, because it is eclectic approach or maybe it is little bit technical, but which kind of tablet was very famous at the time of COVID? If you have the high fever, Dolo. Okay. So similarly, that Dolo is for the psychologist, REBT, and CBT. Anything happens, I do the REBT. The moment you pass, I start my laptop, I'll go online REBT, CBT, REBT. Okay. It's just like a panacea for everything, each and everything, I'm using only 2 steps. But that is not the case. You have to learn a lot of things and then you can start your own practice. So that is the ethical thing that I'm talking about because it is practitioner role, so I'm talking about that. Work at individual, group, and system level. So a lot of time you are doing the maybe the schizophrenia patient, you are doing the family or the group therapies are more effective because that is system. So we have to understand how we are working on that. Use lived experiences ethically to reduce stigma. So last time we have the bipolar disorder lived examples were there and we call them and they interacted with the audiences. So when they are sharing their experiences, how they come out with that. It's very, very interesting for the person because I'm sharing something about my feelings, how I come out of that. It will go to feel to all of people because see, when you are sharing the yes, you are having the same thing. Okay, one of my friend is a very senior surgeon in the government medical hospital. All the time he's when coming out, he want to wash his hand hundreds of times. So being a psychologist, immediately you can understand this is the sign of OCD. Okay, but he don't understand. Oh, this is a common practice. I have to do it again and again. But they slowly with some therapy come out with that. So we don't understand. Okay, simple practices you can understand being a practitioner and you can only know. There is no need to talk about your money or your client fees. So people must ask how many you good to pay me. Here I'll be starting that therapy. Is it the role of the therapist? Only talking about your fees, but yes, we do that because it's a materialistic world and we have to focus on that. But be ethical and try to help the people. A lot of senior psychologists they are giving the free sessions. Doctors giving the free session. Why not the psychotherapist can start at least one day their free therapy for the any needy clients can be also done. Like lawyers also giving the free legal aid. So why not the psychologist? That is the thought. I think those are practitioners. They can take it in the practice and see at least half of the day they can provide the free counseling session, not for the marketing gimmicks, for genuine helping the person. Promote research literacy and appropriate referrals. So research is very important. Even you are the part of the field for so many years, unless you do having the bridge between your practice and research, you cannot go anywhere. Now, being an industrial psychologist, when I deal with the very high profile people. They may be CEO or maybe they are handling 1,45,000 employees throughout the world. But still they interact with me half an hour, 1 hour, so in English, just okay, just let's talk. What is happening? What research you are doing? What is research happening in industrial psychology domain? Or maybe psychology domain? And then what actually you are doing that? So many things are coming out with them. So we don't think even the successful organization earning in the roadside in the billions of dollars, but still they want to understand what actually happening in the industry. So in industrial psychology, we are using more with MBTI using more than the clinical psychology. We are using more than the clinical psychology. Hierarchy, we are using very heavily. We are using a 16 PM and we are using for the employee performance and organizational performance. You have to understand how it can be applied and how the research is really helping us to bridge the gap between the practice and clinical. So already the hand in hand. We have to prioritize prevention, training, and coordinated support system. So, being a psychologist, you know support system is very important. How the support systems are built, that can be also taught to the not only psychologists for your client, but also the common people. Next. So, what is the way forward within this conference? Because this keynote address, I think it will be set the note for entire day. So, classroom level, inclusive teaching, sensitivity, and referral. So even in junior college or even your school or maybe senior college, you understand and you try to be sensitive to their needs. So many times under the pressure of rules and regulation, we don't pay attention to the need of the student and then you may be little bit demanding that time, but you be sensitive, try to understand if the person from so many days not coming to the school or college, there will be some problem, not performing, maybe talking to you, not paying attention. So there will be something is there. Try to understand if you are not that much able, you refer someone. And the trained person can take care of that. Campus level policies, counseling services, and peer programs. So peer programs already talk about that. Next. What is the interdisciplinary actions? Maybe the student mental health is a collective responsibility. It is not only the department of psychology or counselor. So it is the if your students are happy and mentally well trained, so they can receive more and they'll be happy. Also, you'll be happy. Educators, students, and practitioners are interdependent catalysts. So it is not only single person; it is the all together. It is the ecosystem within the education system. Integration centers impact more than the isolated excellence. Integration is always important for all the stakeholders within the education system. Well-being enables learning, leadership, and societal contributions. It's very important to have the good learning and teaching. You should have the very healthy environment. It is moved from the crisis response to the preventive culture. So, in organizations, we always having the preventive culture. We know what is going to happen. So before that, we are taking the preventive action. So similarly, before any casualty happens within the mental health, you have to take care of that. When the Supreme Court of India gives the directive, because something happened on that, and on that this court cases are there. Before anything eventually something happens, you have to understand that and take a precaution not to happen in that particular area. Next. What can I do differently within my role starting tomorrow? That is the pondering thought for all of us. So it is a very small gathering, maybe 100, 200 people are there, and another 100 maybe on the online thing. But what saying one simple step you can do from next tomorrow? Anyone can tell? How many of you travel by the local train? Okay, so many of us. So nowadays, recently, have you spoken with any unknown person sitting beside you?
Yes,
No. Have you shown the smile?
yes.
Okay, but can you speak with that person?
Yes, yes.
Huh? Hello, how are you? So, don't say, hey, Sarabudar, jaga. So, so instead of that, just be the whosoever may be the person next to that, because so many people you look at their faces, being a psychologist, we observe them. So always, all people are under tension. I don't know what kind of tension they are having there. They may be just like taking the entire world on their head. So you have to understand. Those are some little help. So how we can make yourself better And the person who's sitting next to you, that is better. You don't have time to workshop, otherwise you can do a lot of things. So you think very small step. We don't require the sustained and very long effort. Make a simple effort. It will really help you go to the miles. Next. So with this, I'll stop. If any questions or any comments are there, you are most welcome. I'm really thankful to the Principal Dr. Archana Bhakti and her team and the junior college teachers and students. You really wonderfully organize this conference. I'm really thankful to all the students, teachers, and practitioners for being there. I think this is the really learning experience for you because you have lined up a lot of expert in the field and you can interact with them during your sessions, after the session, during the lunch time, because this is the time you can understand each other much better and you share your also experiences. Don't think you are junior or you're senior, whatever you just find out, you share with them. Try to learn a lot of things are there. Do read new articles, don't stop reading. Don't just ask the ChatGPT, summarize my chapter and let me how to make a jugaad for my exam. That is the ChatGPT famous line from there nowadays. Even ChatGPT advertise, you need jugaad to pass this exam. So don't do like that. Start reading because reading will take you to the places and you'll be known as not as a good psychologist, but as a good person. Thank you very much. Yeah. And come there.
On behalf of everyone, I'd like to sincerely thank Dr. Thakre for his valuable insights about educators and emerging scholars as catalysts for student mental health. So as we also talked about how government is directing colleges to at least have a counseling cell in the premises and about how burnouts are faced by not only professors and but students alike and how we should also be indulging in peer mentoring programs or buddy systems and how we ourselves can be catalysts for student mental health. And sir also mentioned how Indians are very resilient to the struggles we face right from the moment we step out of our house. So as at the end, sir had put out a quote that we should focus on sustainability, not on a one-time initiative. So with that, I'd like to say that sir, we're grateful we were able to be a part of this session. And thank you so much for taking time out of your
I don't
busy
want that
schedule
laptop
to
there, I'll take mine.
participate on the call. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Valina Abanna to introduce the
हाँ
next
वहाँ पे
speaker.
रख सकते हो because वहाँ पे Zoom live चल रहा है. But then it will not require something. It will not be shown here. I will just check. It's last minute.
Good morning,
मुझे भी
everyone.
palpitations
I'm
हो रहे हैं.
Kalina, part one, and it is my pleasure to warmly welcome Ms. Sonali Muchalla, a consulting clinical psychologist and psychotherapist. Today, she will be sharing her valuable insights with us on the topic building resilience in students. Ms. Muchalla is deeply committed to mental health and has an extensive experience in working with adolescents and adults. She supports individuals in managing challenges such as stress, anxiety, anger, OCD, and depression, while guiding them towards greater self awareness, self compassion, and emotional balance. Having also worked as an educator, she understands the emotional and psychological needs of students, parents, and teachers. This unique blend of clinical and educational experience allows her to connect meaningfully across both academic and therapeutic settings. She is trained in rational emotive behavioral therapy, transactional analysis with Gestold work, counseling children and adolescents, and therapeutic art life coaching, reflecting a holistic and compassionate approach to mental health care. We are truly delighted to have Ms. Sonali Muchala with us today, and we look forward to an insightful session. Please join me in welcoming her with a huge round of applause.
Sorry,
वो ले सकते हैं फिर slide में.
मैं शेयर करता हूँ, मैं स्क्रीन शेयर कर दूंगा. Hello, very warm, good morning to all, one and all. Thank you, a very big thank you to Dr. Archana Bhatti for giving me this opportunity and letting me share the stage with so many stalwarts today. And it's truly a pleasure for an alumni like me to be part of such a big thing for their college. To start with, Dr. Thackeray sir has already laid a brilliant foundation and a lot of things that he has spoken of will also be spoken through the day, I am assuming, because that's the main thing that we are focusing on, building a resilient atmosphere for students and how can the faculty help in doing so. Thing is that I don't like this kind of interaction. I want two-way interaction. I like my sessions being two-way interaction. So I want you all to give me answers because this is not going to be like I'm going to teach you something. It's just that we all brainstorm together and explore a lot of things that can help us help students. And I will also, of course, learn a lot from all the teachers here and students, a lot of students here as well. Next. So what are we going to explore is what is resilience? Is resilience a skill or a personality trait? Why resilience matters? In educational institute, we'll have a short personal share. If anyone is comfortable, I would really love to do that. The 5 C's of resilience. Resilience building strategies for faculty, summing up, case discussion. And what is it that you pledge to implement it onwards? Next. So, what is resilience? Do I have? Hello, yeah. Anybody? I'm sure you all know what is resilience. Just throw the answers. Bouncing back. Anybody else? What is resilience? What is your understanding of resilience? Not breaking down under the pressure. Anything else? Bouncing back, yes. The ability to adapt, yes. Anything else?
The ability to get through challenges.
Ability to get challenges, yes. Bouncing back. So, what is resilience? As you all correctly said, resilience is the ability to withstand and bounce back from perceived failure, disappointment, or rejection. It refers to the capacity to adapt to changing circumstances. That's what resilience is, and we're going to speak about how can we get better at it. Next. Okay, is resilience a skill set? Can it be taught? Anybody? Yes. Sorry? Who's talking? Yes, yes. Yes, it's a skill. So recently I was asked a question. We were discussing it, tell me. Very good. It can be learned, it can be taught, it can be learned. It's a skill set that each one of us, not only students, not only faculties, every individual needs to develop. So I was asked about discussing in one of the gatherings that today's generation is very quick and they need instant gratification. Otherwise, they feel disappointed, they feel lost, they feel terrible about the whole thing. And I said, yeah, but I think there's a miss here that the resilience is what is missing, and that's what the generation needs to work on. So yes, and I was asked the next question immediately, can it be taught? I said, yes, of course, it can be taught. It's a skill set that one needs to develop. So resilience is a skill set and it can be taught. It is not a single trait. We will, through the session, we will see how It's not a single trait. An individual is made up of multiple things. Yes, a personality is innate as well as epigenetic. Genetic and epigenetic is what we call. So similarly, resilience is not a single thing. It's a mixture. It's a blend of your personal innate characters, the learning, the behavior that you adapt to, and various other things. So yes, it's a blend of lot of things. Next. Why resilience matters in education institutes? I want answer from the audience here. Why do you think yes?
There are many challenges, we have examinations, competitions. So it is important that we have that resilience to go through all of them without losing hope or without, feeling.
So meet challenges without losing hope. And
This is the the student thinks that pressure that he or she has to go to something and has to achieve something. So they might get
demand from self.
they might get difference if they don't achieve. So building resilience that it will be it's fine to be easier sometimes.
So the demands, to meet the demands of society, parents, teachers, self. Yes, one needs to be resilient is what she said. Anybody, anything else that comes to your mind? Why educational institute needs to teach resilience as a separate topic? Yeah. So, yes,
Engineers and first need. So for making student job ready, it's very important.
yeah. So in the tough competition, there's, she said, rat race. There are so many demands. It's a fast-paced world, I would say. And to meet the demands of these fast-paced world, we need to really develop a stronger resilience towards a lot of things that we are going to come across. So why? Because resilience is the key to helping students develop the ability to overcome stressful and challenging experiences. It helps students adapt, recover, and thrive, right? If a student is resilient, if they can thrive in not only their professional but their personal careers and life as well. It helps reducing unhealthy anxiety, as Thakre sir spoke about, that there's a lot of anxiety and there's a lot of minor depression, this is seen in the campus, on the campus and around us. So what happens is to reduce those unhealthy emotions, we need to teach resilience. Students face wide range of challenges, as a lot of students mentioned here, that related to academic pursuits, career preparations, and identity exploration. The students are still identifying themselves, developing their personality. They're going through a lot of challenges that you or me cannot understand. So for that, we need them to be resilient so that through those challenges, they come out as a winner and not someone who is highly dejected and all the time worried and, as Sir had mentioned, stress से भी घूमना, पूरे दुनिया का बाहर लेके घूमते हैं. So to avoid all of that, resilience, teaching resilience is important. And what is resilience? To understand that is very important in educational institute. Next. So this was a survey done by WHO, where they identified that it was done in 8 countries. The survey was spread across 8 countries, and 35.3% of students' well-being was a problem. They had a lot of anxiety and depression. And while 48.8 high stress levels, students suffered with high stress levels. This was a survey done by WHO. Yes, it's true that not every student succumb to the challenges or the difficulties or atrocities of the life, but there are some who have who need that little helping hand or a push from people around in their environment to get more resilient and come out as a fighter. Also, a survey was done where post-COVID specifically, where post-COVID pandemic intensified these issues in students, specifically in the age group 15 to 24 years of age. So this was the age bracket where they found out that students were really highly stressed, had a lot of anxiety, suffered from depression. So therefore, it becomes extremely crucial for educational institutes to help children or help their students to be more resilient. Next. I want someone to come up. Okay, take 2 minutes. I don't want elaborate experience, but I'm sure I want faculty here, whoever is present, to share their experience from back their college days, if they have had any positive, unhealthy, whatever kind of experience that they've had, and how do they cope? Can someone, any faculty would volunteer to share? Really appreciate it. When they were struggling, and if it was their professor, it was their friends, who was it that helped them come out or was there as a support? Anybody here? Yes, ma'am? Sure. So each one of you, while ma'am is getting ready, preparing herself to share her experience with us, I want you all to take a minute, think back about your own life experiences where you have felt this is it. I can't handle it anymore. What is it that you did? What happened? How did you cope? Was it innate? Or it was both innate and support from outside? Ready? And if you have something to note down, just note down of how you coped. Yeah, please.
Not during this, not it is about my where I was studying education, but during the current days, my mother is bedridden. I'm staying at Dombivli, and regularly central side trains always they are late, minimum 45 to 50 minutes. And daily was take the example of today. It is not a matter of money. I spent 852 rupees to reach here on time. तो एक टेंशन होता है कि मैं टाइम से पहुंचूंगी या नहीं पहुंचूंगी, ट्रेन से ट्रैवल करो तो भी प्रॉब्लम है, बाय रोड में जाओ तो भी प्रॉब्लम है, और फिर यहाँ पे आते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है क्यों इतना पैसा स्पेंड किया, 1 घंटा तो ऐसे ही गया, तो आराम से आते थे तो अच्छा होता है.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Let me share one experience from my, yes, please, thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
So, it's good morning. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Kritika Pandya. So, 2 years back, I just started my BA journey from St. Xavier. So, I was very underconfident. During my 2 years of BA, I am very grateful towards the professors who were there. So, I remember Shada ma'am during the farewell. So, I was in the second year of BA. So she told me that Kritika, तुम्हें ही farewell की speech देनी है. And I was like, ma'am, I'm not that confident to speak in front of 100 students. So she was like, no, you are going to be a teacher. You have to handle 300 plus students in a classroom, and I know you will. और जब मैं वो farewell speech देने के लिए गई, I was shivering, literally shivering at that time. But जैसे ही वो farewell speech खत्म हुई, the entire audience was clapping for me so loudly. They were like, hey, we never knew that you had such great talent inside you.
So I'm very grateful towards their college and the professors. Because of them, I have the confidence to come here and speak in front of you all. And even ma'am, this is my first time that I speak so much in a class. But I'm the only one who raised that ma'am. तो बचपन से लेके अभी तक मेरा ये फर्स्ट टाइम है कि मैं किसी क्लासरूम में ऐसा जवाब देखूं अदरवाइज आई वाज द कॉमन स्टूडेंट
Lovely. Thank you so much for the share. Yes. So she, sure.
So this was during my 12th exam, that we had back-to-back papers. And I remember it was psychology paper itself, but I was very exhausted studying for that. And next day was my sociology paper. And I was so tired that I came back from psychology exam, I just slept. I did not study at all. And the next day morning, I had my next paper, and I was like, I'm not going to go to the paper because I've not studied at all. So at that time, I remember that my father was the one who urged me, and it was so much of resistance from my part that I'm not going to go whatever happens. Because it's always there in our mind that if I have not studied, why am I supposed to get the exam? Because I know I'm going to fail. So my father was the one who persuaded me, and he was like, please go and attempt. Let's see what happens. And that was surprising that that was the exam that I scored the highest from the entire class. So I just want to tell that many times the fear lies within, and it's just that one push that is needed most of the times within us and by someone, and that is what resilience means for me. And I think from that time itself, I remember that one thing that has stuck with me is to go and at least give an attempt. We never know what the outcome might be; it might surprise us only. So I think that was the experience that stayed with me always. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you for that. So yes, now we saw that it was just a slight push that each one of them required. What she shared that she was in when she had to give speech, it was a professor who pushed and nudged her and showed that confidence in her. Probably she wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise. So why resilience, practicing it, what is it that you can do as faculty, how can students be helped, is what we need to understand at this moment, in this time where everyone is out there to achieve a lot of big goals that they may have set for themselves. So, yes. Next. So, there were these two psychologists, educational psychologists, who did a survey and found that there are these 5 C's of resilience that students need to have. We keep talking about resilience, but what is it? How does it look like? What is resilience? So these psychologists, they found out that there are 5 C's that each student needs to have to be resilient, which is control, the ability to handle situation. Things start going out of your control. So how the student is controlling the situation, commitment, how committed are they to the goal, uh, to their own commitments, their lives, their life goals, bigger picture. How committed are they? Confidence, how confident are they? A lot of sharing were on that I lack confidence, मैं नहीं बोल सकती हूँ, मैं paper कैसे दूँ? So they lacked confidence. So confidence is something that will take you ahead. Coordination. Yes, going to your mentor, as Sir had mentioned, mentor programs, every school and colleges have started implementing, which is extremely important. We'll talk about it. Coordination between family, teachers, peers, right? Extremely important. Composure. मैं nervous हो रही थी. मुझे मालूम नहीं मैं कैसे मेरे हाथ पैर ठंडे पड़ रहे हैं. These are the things that a lot of times you hear students saying when they have to appear for their important milestone papers or some event, life event. Then my hands are, my hands and feet are cold, I can't move, I can't speak. So how can you help as a faculty to help them achieve that composure is what is important. What are the resilience building strategies? Now, we saw that these were the 5 C's of resilience that you know when you see in a student, you know that, okay, this child has those 5 C's and is quite resilient and will sail through even with hardships. Now, as faculty members, as teachers, as professors, what is it that you can do from your end to help students develop that resilience? Cultivate growth mindset and failing forward culture. What do you mean by failing forward culture? ठीक है, हो गया, आगे, what next? You didn't score well, fine. You did not pass, fine. What next? Look at the bigger picture. Do not get nervous there. All right, look ahead. Next. Promote positive emotions, motivation and hope. Like we saw how the professor motivated the student to give a speech. So this is something least that a faculty can do for the students. Next. Provide constructive, formative and growth-oriented feedback. What is this? This is how you write your paper. You have no sense. You're not interested. You're not sincere. Sometimes under pressure, faculties, as professors, as teachers, you have your own agendas to meet because you also have to answer someone. And at that point, when you see a student not being sincere, sometimes you do use harsh words. So that is something that one can be mindful about and give positive feedback or constructive feedback as to, oh, this, you could have done it better. Maybe you could try next time. The words that you could or the statements that you could use. Next, building supportive, inclusive and psychological safe learning environment. Give them the classroom, which is safe, where asking questions need not be threatening. Where asking questions need not be questioned, अरे तू सच्ची में interested है कि ऐसे ही time pass कर रहा है, class का time waste कर रहा है. Yeah, so encourage questioning, healthy questioning by students and give them that kind of environment in the classroom where they ask openly about what they want to know. Teach academic and learning strategies, are very important. Lot of strategies to learn is a skill build. How to learn, how to memorize it. There are a lot of these small things that I'm sure psychology students would understand, the techniques of memorizing, the various techniques to learn better, a lot faster. That a lot of times we use highlighters, we used to write important pointers. So teaching them of these small techniques on how can you do better and how can you learn better will help. Encourage health-seeking behavior and resource awareness. Health-seeking. Extremely important. Why? Because there is a lot of taboo still when it comes to asking help or seeking help for mental well-being. People start looking at you with a question mark on their face. So, no, encourage it rather. Says, okay, I think that's the right thing to do when you don't have answer to what you want to do next. It's always better to seek help. Teach coping strategies for stress and adversities. Basic, very basic strategies like relaxation techniques and meditation are some of the very basic things that you can practice as professors in your classroom with the students. Strengthen social support and peer coordination. If there is a student in your class who is struggling having that student introduced to a student who is willing to help, who is willing to pair up as a buddy and help the student, struggling student, do better, understand better, always helps, because as I said, as professors, you have a lot of things already on your head, you have your agendas which you need to meet. It's a physically and mentally strenuous job to cater to every student's need. So what do you do at that time? Have a buddy system. Introduce them to someone who can help them. Instead of just telling them, I don't have time, figure it out. Share academic well-being resources to coordinated cross-campus communication. So, sir also mentioned about, go to various other classes where you can talk to people, you can seek help from them, you know, interdisciplinary approach is something similar. Next. Implement structured resilient building programs and events, very, very important to have one such program every month, team building program, resilience building program, once, in the quarter, if not once in a month. Quarterly, very, very important to introduce these kind of skill building strategies or workshops for students and for faculty as well. It works brilliant. Promote problem solving and critical thinking skills. There is a problem. You can't be in denial, but what about it? Give them some very basic steps. Ask them to jot down multiple options. Ask them what is more viable. Ask them what is it that they think will be the best suited for them. So help them, handhold them with problem solving skills. This can be done very, very in like 5 minutes in classroom. This chapter is huge. Okay, fine. What do you think you can do about it? Break it. Ask the students to break the chapter into smaller parts. Pick up the chunks. Put it in different compartments. Right? So these are some very basic problem solving skills which you can teach through your teaching, daily teaching classroom teaching skills. Next. Foster a sense of competency and self-efficacy. I can't do it. You can. You don't need to be acing every time, but you can. Giving them that confidence, that figure out how you can. Give your best instead of just giving up absolutely. Create autonomy, empowerment, and sense of agency. Taking up responsibility for their actions, very important. Taking responsibility of how they're going to resolve the issue, very important. Next. Foster emotional regulation and composure. Do not encourage denials. Acknowledge them and ask them to work on it. Build supportive, inclusive, and psychologically safe learning environment. Next. Develop psychological, flexible, and adaptive thinking. Next. Model resilience and adaptive professional practices. As a professor, it becomes very important. As we say, children learn through observation. They need good role models. Be one that may help. If not 100, but I'm sure at least 10 students will be helped with that. Next. Encourage purposeful goal setting and reflective practice, emphasizing health, well-being, and balance. Next. So we spoke about what various things as faculty, as professors, as teachers that you could practice with your students in your class. There are certain barriers. The barriers are unrealistic expectations. Like someone just mentioned that I have so many things to achieve, I don't know whether I'll be able to do. How realistic are these expectations that a student has from themselves? Or the parents may have from the student? Caliber, ability, aptitude is what sir also mentioned. Sometimes you don't, students fail to see if whether they have that aptitude or not. sometimes they overestimate it and then they fall back. Stigma around seeking help for mental well-being, another possible hurdle or a barrier that would come in helping a student be more resilient. Challenges with on-campus support service. A lot of times, we see it's a challenge to find a counselor or a therapist on campus because there is one catering to so many of their needs. So having time allotted also is one of the barriers, and delayed recognition of student distress. What happens is many a times during our class, we fail to, or we fail to, or we overlook the student who is actually struggling. So here I would like to share a small incident that happened back when I was doing my undergrad course. And I think we were doing a normal side. What happened is the student constantly kept looking out of the window, and the professor thought that she was distracted. So the professor picked on that student and said, if you're not interested, you may leave the class, and the student broke down there. So the professor was caught unaware that, there's something happening with this girl and that needs to be addressed. Right? So a lot of times, certain gestures or certain body movements or non-verbal cues is what we tend to miss in classrooms, which needs to be focused on. Next. So summing up, what is resilience? Being resilient does not mean that students won't face atrocities or difficulties, but be more stronger, come out thriving through the struggles. Resilient students are more likely to engage in effective coping strategies. As I said, with helping them build coping strategies, skill sets, helps them be more resilient, maintain higher level of self-efficacy, and taking onus of the decisions that they are making, they're taking. Not like, hey, I don't have enough good, I don't have good supportive parent, or I don't have supportive teacher. It's very easy. But when a student takes the onus, like saying that, no, I think I should have done a better job there, I procrastinated. Yes, it's a brave thing to do. So helping students do that in the classroom matters and makes them really strong. Building resilience is a key to helping students develop the ability to overcome stressful and challenging experiences. Next. What is it that you can do right away? Very, very simple activities that you can do is check-ins. How many of you know check-ins? What are check-ins? Anybody who knows what are check-ins? Yeah. Yes.
Just checking in on whether they're doing well or not. So going in classroom and asking if we recognize that is struggling, then just take them and asking if everything is going well.
Right. Check-ins is asking students, hey, how are you? Right? Now, with class of 20, it's easier to check in individually. Okay, how are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? With class of 30, 40 students, it becomes difficult. So maybe this is a good way of saying, hey class, how are you doing? Show a thumbs up. Okay, if the class is doing good, they'll show thumbs up. Show them the signs, thumbs down. Of course, we all know it's not happening, not really great. Thumbs side to side, wait, okay, as class, we're doing okay, not great. See the majority, right? So these are the few signs that you can use, start using, like immediately, from today. Nothing, where it's not a rocket science, it's something very handy. So going and asking, hey class, how are you doing? So tell them that if you're doing great, show thumbs up. If you're not doing great, thumbs down. If you're doing okay, thumbs side to side. Yes? And also, don't leave it there. See if the majority is happy, showing thumbs up, majority showing thumbs down, talk about it. If there is only one student amongst the rest who is shown thumbs down, take that student aside, talk to them. Normalize struggle. अरे बाप रे, इतना भाई God, विराट से अकेले तू कितना टाइम लगता होगा? अरे everybody today Bombay, we all struggle to travel. Normalize, yeah, I know, I understand it's so difficult. Acknowledge. Don't say, अरे ये तो normal है, मैं भी उधर से आती है, उसमें क्या है? Yeah, I understand. It's a long travel time, but we need to do something about it. So normalize struggles. Oh, you have so much to study, you have to back exams. Yes. So you may have to put in a little more effort, you know. How about resting later, just do a night, all-nighter and finish your portion, you know? So normalize the situation. Don't exaggerate, because today stress is inevitable in Mumbai. Not in Mumbai, anywhere you go. Yeah. Appreciation rounds. Oftentimes, the toppers, and I feel bad because I've never been one. I've never been there, so I feel the pain of not being there. Oftentimes, we have seen the A+ students taking over the limelight in the class, and how much ever efforts I have put in, or they may or may not have been recognized. But yes, recognizing every small effort made by every student becomes very important, because you never know, that could be a huge encouragement for them to do well, and you never know that that child may be a topper next time. Reflective minutes, especially post exams, very important. Okay, students, how was the paper? Man, it was extremely difficult. It was very lengthy. We couldn't finish. Oh, is it? So maybe you could practice more of writing work, more of paper solving. Yeah. So take a minute. You will identify a lot of students struggling there. So that is something that you can start doing. Emphasize efforts and growth. Again, emphasize efforts and growth. If there is a student who has always scored in single digit and now has started scoring in 2 digit, at least acknowledge that you seem to be doing better, you're putting efforts. Yeah, it's a great boost for those students. Honest sharing. In psychology, we say transference जैसे होता है, फिर sharing. So where, when, how much to share with a client is a big thing to understand. There's a fine line. But as a teacher, as a professor, you could always share, you know what, when I was studying, my professor was like this. I hated that professor, but whatever I am, I'm because of that professor. You know, share a little if you think that the class needs a lot of pep talk, and when you share, when they see that no, their professor have been there, done that, been there, done that, you know, they get that kind of motivation. They are sure everybody is part and parcel of being a student, and it encourages them and motivates them to do well. So these are few things that you could start doing it from today maybe. So check-in works excellent. We do it even in our workplaces. You know, with in our meetings, we start our meetings with check-ins. Hey, how are you doing? Hey, how are you doing? Right? So they say that feeling blue, okay, and we do make it a point to go and talk to that colleague. Hey, you want to talk? You know, similarly, you can take a student aside and say, hey, do you want to talk? Do you need help? Yeah. If I may not be able to help you, but there are people on the campus who can. So connect them to counselors on campus. Next. Now I want a case discussion. We have seen the 5 C's. We have seen how a faculty can help students in their classroom activities. So let's see. Priya, a high-performing student, becomes visibly anxious before assessments and expresses fear of failure despite strong academic results. So what is happening? I want you all to brainstorm and tell me, what did the professor, the lecturer do for the student from whatever we have seen so far. The lecturer models resilience by sharing how they manage stress during busy periods. Short breathing and grounding techniques are introduced. Priya is encouraged to set realistic goals and focus on learning rather than perfection. The lecturer acknowledged Priya's effort and persistence, not just outcome. A follow-up check-in ensures Priya feels comfortable seeking help early. Outcome, Priya reports reduced anxiety, improved health, self-confidence, and healthier approach to challenges. What do you think happened here? What did the professor much, what do you think according to you the professor has done from whatever we have seen, the faculty responses? Yes. I hope you're able to relate. Yes. The professor showed compassion, yes. What else? Yes. Noticing. Being observant about the change, the shift of how a student who is so good has suddenly started going down. Yes. What else?
How she, then she recognizes something. And she also said goals, similar to what we see in consultation.
Right.
And then acknowledging what she's doing towards the person.
Right.
Then finally check out which other she better than what was.
Right. So first, the professor normalized the situation. Okay, no problem. This is happening. Let's work together. Yes. Helping the child, the student set goals, realistic goals. Yes, sure, you have huge backlog, but how do you think you can start with it? Right? Helping problem solving, giving the student problem solving skills. कि अच्छा ये है, okay, no problem. Let's try this if this helps. Let's try this if this helps. So normalizing, giving problem solving technique. Yes, anything else? Anything else? That you see the professor must have done, the lecturer must have done here? Sorry?
Being empathetic
Being empathetic, yeah.
with the confidence of the child.
Rebuild the confidence, giving the child the confidence required that, hey, you are being so bored with your work. It's okay, it happens sometimes. Yes, let's try work it out together. Yes, giving the confidence, that confidence back. You remember the 5 P's? A resilient student needs to have that confidence. Yes, and composure. Breathing and grounding technique, helping the child to compose the self first. Yes? Let me relax. Let's do some breathing. Relax. No worries. We'll work it out. Yeah? So these were few things that the lecturer did, and it did help the student regain the confidence, regain the composure, setting realistic goals through coordination, helping her coordinate with some other student in the class, having a buddy system, all of that. Next, there's one more case. We're going to do 2-3 cases right now. Next. Second is, Sharat, a final year student, approaches the lecturer feeling overwhelmed by overlapping deadlines, a part-time job, a family responsibility. He expresses frustration, says he's losing control, and is considering withdrawing from a key module. Like the lecturer's actions, what the faculty member does, the lecturer listens calmly and reassures us that feeling overwhelmed at this stage is common. Together they prioritize deadlines. The lecturer helps Sharat commit to a realistic PT plan, as is connected with academic advising and tactical flexibility options. The lecturer checks in after 2 weeks and acknowledges Sharat's effort and persistence. Outcome, more organized, less anxious, confident about completing the semester. What is it that the professor did, the lecturer did? Yes. The silence kills me. Yes. Setting the priorities, yes. Helping problem solving, like set a priority, okay, you have so much to do. Helping him, giving them basic skills of problem solving, yes? Yes, being a support, that, okay, tell me what are your issues, where's the problem? Being a good mentor, right? Right, very realistic to the situation, saying yes, it happens. And we will work it out. Let's prioritize what is the deadline that you need to achieve first. What is it that you can put it later? Yes? And through this, what did Sharan gain? Yes, he started having realistic expectations from himself. Yes, not over expectations, not going overboard with everything, but having realistic expectations. He gained his confidence back. Yes, the professor, the lecturer acknowledged that yes, you have lots on your plate and this can happen. Okay, so let's work it out, right? Instead of this is how we've always been, how can you be so irresponsible? Yeah, avoiding to use these terms, helping Sharad get back on track. Yes. Now, here I want you all to give me the steps of what can be done in this scenario. A first year student, Anika, has stopped contributing in class and recently missed 2 assignments deadlines. Her attendance has dropped and she appears withdrawn during session. Anybody? Yes. I want faculties to come forward with answers.
First of all, checking in on her, on how is she feeling, how is she going, what is the situation. Talking to her privately and stuff.
Yes, first she made an observation that, hey, this child, there's something amiss about this child, it has been very regular, suddenly has missed deadlines, which never happens. What's it with her? Yes? Yes, anybody else? Anybody? So first was observation made by the professor, the lecturer. How? How do you think can you do this if you would have been in this scenario? What would you do? Like how we saw the 5 Cs of resilience and what faculties can do for students. So from that, what you can sum up in this case, how can you handle? Okay, so if, yes, if the student is not very comfortable opening to the professor, with the professor, maybe take help of the besties, the best friends, the mates, and ask and inquire that, hey, what's up with your friend? I see something wrong with it. Yes. What else? Yes.
I'm saying that after the check-in and having a private conversation and asking the peers to support, first and foremost that it can really help that teachers can hold space and give them time to open up and feel comfortable from their own side. When this happens, the student also can equal. What I was trying to say was, teacher can hold very positive stories, and then give time to students to come up themselves and speak up to them, rather than just like sometimes trying to solve their own problem.
Yes. Yeah, it's coming from a student, how a professor needs to deal with the situation. Lovely. Yeah. And what is it that is missing with this out of the 5 Cs in the world? Commitment, yes. Control, yes. Confidence, Yeah, I think all 5 Cs, yeah, there's no cooperation, so she's not seeking, actively seeking help, she needs to actively seek help. So yes, with that. Yeah, there's one more case, but I think I went overboard with time, sorry. So let's come into fostering resilience because every student deserves the tools to succeed beyond the classroom. And thank you all. Thank you very much for being our participative audience, and I hope I made some difference somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful and meaningful session. Your clear explanations and practical guidance have helped us better understand the importance of resilience in students' lives. We truly appreciate your time, warmth, and effort. It has been a privilege and pleasure having you with us, and we're grateful for the positive impact the session has made. Thank you. Now, I would like to call Ms. Devani Shukla to introduce us third guest speaker.
Good afternoon to each one of you present here. I am Dipali Vinod Shukla from MA1 Psychology and I will be introducing our next exchange speaker today, Dr. Meghna Bhaskar Thakur.
Next.
Dr. Thakur, a highly respected academician, researcher, and dedicated social contributor in the field of psychology. Dr. Thakur holds a PhD in psychology along with an LLB from the University of Mumbai and a diploma in human resource management from LMIMS. She is currently the head of Department of Psychology at RV National College and has served as a visiting faculty at the University of Mumbai, LMIMS, Manivel Nanavati Women's College, and Russell Square International College. She is also a valued member of the Board of Studies of MA Psychology, University of Mumbai. With her inspiring blend of scholarship, compassion, and service, we are truly honored to have you today here with us. I now invite Dr. Meghna to talk about building self-esteem and self-confidence in students. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Meghna.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, let me start by thanking Dr. Bhanupen Mahindra Nanavati College of Home Science, principal, and my favorite, Manivel MP Shah Women's College, where I've been associated with this college for more than 5 years now. Every year, when my students graduate in psychology, many of them join this college for the counseling psychology. And it's very, very nice to hear and know that they join very good placements from this college. So thank you very much for this RUSA sponsored interdisciplinary conference for inviting me. Both my earlier speakers have set a very high benchmark. And like ma'am just said, that resilience is going to be something that we're going to be hearing again and again. Ma'am has very, very well explained the 5 Cs and what we should do with our students. I'm going to be a little away from resilience, so my presentation will be based on few other factors, but coming back on and off. So thank you for being a patient audience. Should I do a page down? Okay, thank you. Next slide. So the topic given to me is building self-confidence and self-esteem in students as educators. I think this is very important today, 2025, that students need to feel good about themselves. They need to be confident in anything they do, right? Not only do they need to be confident in their body language, self-image, you are tall, you are dark, you're fat, you're short, you sing well, you don't sing well, you can dance or you don't dance, you belong to an affluent family, middle class family, whatever is the background, you need to be self-confident. And self-confidence comes from feeling good about yourself, and that is what we play a very important role in building as educators. So the topic that I'm going to take ahead is how do you build this self-confidence and self-esteem in students.
I'm going to start quickly. I'm sure many of us are psychology students here, master students here, educators. So मैं इतना detail में नहीं जाऊंगी समझाने के लिए कि what is self confidence क्योंकि सबको मालूम है. But just to warm up, what is self confidence? It is basically believing that you have ability, you have capability, and of course you take correct judgments. What do I understand by self esteem? It's your self worth. What do I think about myself? All of us love Shah Rukh Khan and all of us love the way Shah Rukh Khan stands in front of the mirror with his arms out and he looks at the tiger and says, I am the best, right? So what do you think about yourself? Because both self-esteem and self-confidence is going to help students develop a very positive attitude and mindset towards life and of course face whatever challenges come with it. Next. When I'm saying self-esteem and I'm saying self-confidence, it's also going to help them not only in their academic life, it's also going to help them in their personal life wherever they are. So I'm just talking. Research clearly shows, and you can see 37% going up to 61% there, where 17-year-old kids, young generation, adolescents, are low on self-esteem. And when you're low on self-esteem, you are going to get anxious. That could be exam anxious, that could be marriage anxious, that could be FOMO, that could be going on with your friends, wearing Western clothes, whatever it is, you are going to feel anxiety. You are going to have reduced motivation because your self-esteem is not good. And this is a research which shows that students are struggling. Next. Next. Okay, so today's presentation, I'm going to tap on these 7 factors that, in my opinion, contributes to making a person more or less confident and self-esteem. So as educators, I think if we help our students on these 7 parameters, that would help them to get stronger. Okay. Next, the first one we take as emotional intelligence. All of us know what is emotional intelligence. 1, can you identify your own emotions? 2nd, can you understand other people's emotions? 3rd, if you recognize your own and you understand others, how do you make correct judgments? How do you express yourself? How do you make correct judgments? And how do you handle these emotions effectively? Today, all of us know I have a 16-year-old son at home, and I am saying that is the most difficult period of his life and my life because he's hypersensitive. रात को 11:30 बजे he wants to have ice cream because he's studying late hours. He wants to have Monster drink because his friends drink Monster. And if I tell him कि Monster drink पीने की जरूरत नहीं है, रात को 11:30 बजे क्यों आइसक्रीम खाना है? Immediately his emotional expressions are, am I fat? Do you think that I don't look nice? मेरे friends खाते हैं, and it becomes a constant argument because he's sensitive that I am body shaming him, not understanding that 11:30 in the night is not Monster drink time, right? This is just a very small example. Like this, every day it's a challenge if they do not know how to understand their emotions and how to exercise the understanding and effectively work on the emotions. And I can take it a little ahead and say that when we are talking about emotional intelligence, how is this variable correlated to the variable of self-confidence and esteem that we are discussing? So we can understand that more clarity you have of your emotions, higher will be your self-esteem. This is a little statistical data which is proving that the higher EI, higher will be your self-esteem, higher your self-esteem, better will be your self-evaluation. You will not talk negative to yourself. There is a lot of research which says, get up in the morning and say, I am the best. Positive self-talk. Because when you positive self-talk, you understand your emotions, your day goes well, you think good of yourself, and of course that boosts your self-confidence. So there's rough statistic which shows that higher EI, you will have better coping strategies.
Can anyone give me an example of higher EI and better coping strategies versus someone who's emotional, impulsive, gets angry, has outbursts, and then slips on the coping strategies? For example, myself. Yes, I call myself a psychologist, I call myself a teacher, I call myself a head of the department. But like ma'am said before, that if a student comes 10 minutes late, like today morning it happened, and she called me and she said, I'm 10 minutes late because I'm coming from Virar and I got late. Right? What is my reaction? I should have said, okay, I understand. But I did not. And I said, okay, go to the library, take your books and study there. Right? Now I will tell you what is the evaluation, my understanding. I did not, in my understanding, it is not an impulsive decision. In my understanding, it's a matter of discipline. It is not monsoon, right? There's no business of trains being late, but situationally, सोच लो कि train late है. You know you have a 9:20 lecture. If you leave at 8 o'clock or you leave at 7:45, you are well prepared. And we all know in psychology, the higher predictability you have, the more control you have, the lesser stress. अगर आप 9:45 निकलोगे, 8:30 निकलोगे, आपको बांद्रा स्टेशन में नहीं मिलेगा ऑटो, या ऑटो का लाइन इतना लंबा होगा कि आपको जल्दी होगा ही. आज आप 10 मिनट इंडिसिप्लिन से लेट पहुंचोगे, परसों आप 20 मिनट से लेट पहुंचोगे, and you will get into this circle of giving excuses. So in my understanding, not impulsively, but I have set very clear rules that if teachers are coming on time, students need to come on time. Demand respect, give respect. And punctuality is a matter of respect. Right? I have some students who have become teachers now. Yes, and I feel proud because when you hear good things, discipline and hard work goes a long way. So in my understanding, if you have healthy coping strategies, it is when you are confident about it. Next thing is lower performance anxiety. We all understand जिसका anxiety, जिसका confidence stronger होगा, वो anxiety उनको कम होगा. It's not that you're going to be zero anxiety, but performance anxiety thoda kam hoga. And we have heard students saying, I get nervous. Yes, nervous is good because हम सब जानते हैं कि जितना ज़्यादा nervousness का cycle जाएगा, performance उतना high हो. But अगर confidence है खुद के ऊपर, you have to tell yourself, okay, I'm nervous, I'm tight, but I will do it. So it lowers your performance anxiety, and of course, when you think good about yourself, your identity is definitely safe. Next. Okay, so how do you become emotionally intelligent? Pause and check in, listen before responding, and reframe the negative. This is a very important thing. Students need to stop talking negative as far as possible. This is a very difficult task, but it is something that we can do. We can ask ourselves what's wrong with me. Identify, learn to reframe, shift perspectives, and look at things differently. If possible, look at things differently. And we've all heard this in our childhood, and I've heard it more than अगर कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो उसमें भी अच्छाई देखो. अगर गलत हो रहा है तो एक जन के साथ सिर्फ गलत नहीं होगा, अच्छा स्टोर में है. It's difficult to believe because you are anxious or upset, but when you do these three things, you become more emotionally stronger, and we say your emotional intelligence score will be higher. Next, I'm not explaining pause and check in because all of us are looking forward for our lunchtime, so we understand this. I would like to give you this example, and I'm sure many of you know about Dolly Singh. Yes, epitome example of self-confidence. You can see I've not highlighted, actually I've increased the screen, you can see her set of teeth, right? She was one woman who said, aisa kaisa, right? She said she has a poor set of teeth. She was from a very low income household. She had faced a lot of body shaming in her young ages. But this is one girl who had strong resilience, strong emotional confidence in herself, emotional intelligence, and she wrote a poem which was very well taken by Colgate as a company, and we have put her as a brand ambassador, Smiling Out Loud campaign, and she advocates herself as someone who became and is very, very confident because she thinks very good about herself, her self-esteem and self-worth. I think stories like this, you and me don't know these stories, but students all know Dolly Singh. And I will show you many such reels where you will see that these kind of examples, these are exemplary examples which say, build your self-confidence. Next. Okay, I'm just going to, if possible, can we have that video on 3 signs you are emotionally intelligent if it plays? This is a very quick video which says, if you really want to see whether you're emotionally intelligent, maybe we just start see the video is working.
Three signs of emotionally intelligent people. नंबर 1, empathy. इसका मतलब वो ये समझते हैं कि आपके साथ क्या गुजर रहा है. They don't just say when they say I understand, they actually mean it. नंबर 2, emotional regulation. वो बहुत जल्दी भावुक नहीं हो जाते. वो ज्यादा जल्दी गुस्सा या ज्यादा जल्दी खुश नहीं हो जाते. They know उनके emotions को कैसे रेगुलेट किया जाए. एंड नंबर 3, स्ट्रॉन्ग इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स. जब आप उनसे बात करते हैं ना तो ऐसा लगता है कि वो आपको जानते हैं या जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. एंड दैट्स बिकॉज इमोशनली वो बहुत अवेयर, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है. एक इमोशनली इंटेलिजेंट इंसान को टैप करिए, वो आप खुद भी हो सकते हैं. 3 signs of emotionally intelligent people. 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख.
Next.
डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर. वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ. आइए देखते हैं. राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना. सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता. राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है. विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए. इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है. इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं. 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर. पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता. आइए देखते हैं. राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना. सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता. राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है. विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए. इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है. इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हैं 90 लाख. 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का. पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता. आइए देखते हैं. राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना. सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता. राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है. विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए. इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है. इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं. 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर. पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता. आइए देखते हैं. राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना. सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता. राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है. विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए. इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है. इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख. 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर. पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ. आइए देखते हैं. राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना. सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता. राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है. विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए. इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है. इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए. 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए. पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ. आइए देखते हैं. राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना. सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता. राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है. विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए. इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता हूँ और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या ही होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए
You come
90
back for the
लाख
lecture next day, not sleeping
70
on the
रुपए
table but
डेली
fresh.
और 90
So I
लाख
can only tell
रुपए
you
का
one thing.
पागल वाली बातें नहीं
Doesn't
करता।
matter.
आइए देखते हैं राज और
एक ही
विजय
कॉलेज
जुड़वा
में
भाई
मिला
सेम
है।
जॉब सेम सैलरी
ठीक है।
60,000 रुपए महीना सब
Right?
कुछ खर्च
You
वर्च करने के
bounce
बाद
back.
10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता
And
है।
when
राज
you
क्या करता था
bounce
पूरे
back,
के पूरे
bounce back,
पढ़ाई
bounce
क्योंकि
back.
जिंदगी जीनी है।
And
विजय
when
ने
you
एक
get what
छोटा
you
सा
get,
डिसीजन हर
that's
महीने
when you have to
2100
be
रुपए
very
इन्वेस्ट कर
good.
70 रुपए
Right?
दे।
So hats
इतना
off
तो
to
राज
those
रोज
who
कॉफी
have
पे खर्च कर
hats
देता
off to
और
this
राज को लगा
generation
बेवकूफी है,
kids.
pointless है, इससे क्या ही होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख
Pull them up. I
70
don't believe
रुपए
in doing
डेली और
babu, babu.
90 लाख
And go
रुपए का
upstairs.
पागल वाली बातें नहीं
And I
करता।
think
आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय
babu
जुड़वा भाई
better.
सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी
You know, a lot
60,000
of
रुपए
people
महीना
are
सब कुछ खर्च वर्च
babu,
करने के बाद
babu.
10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या
And
करता था
not
पूरे
very
के पूरे
straight and
पढ़ाई
serious,
क्योंकि
you're
जिंदगी
babu.
जीनी है।
But
विजय
pull
ने
up.
एक छोटा सा
Yes,
डिसीजन
and
हर महीने
especially for
2100
women,
रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर
That you have a lot of students.
इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या ही होगा?
Yes,
25 साल बाद
you
राज के पास कुछ नहीं है,
have
लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख
very strict.
70 रुपए डेली और
But,
90 लाख
I'm going
रुपए
to
का
explain a
पागल
very
वाली बातें नहीं करता
simple goal
हूँ। आइए
theory,
देखते
which
हैं राज और विजय
set your
जुड़वा
goal,
भाई
tell
सेम
your
जॉब
students
सेम
that
सैलरी
your goal.
60,000 रुपए
Day
महीना
one
सब
of
कुछ
all.
खर्च वर्च करने के बाद
Okay.
10,000 रुपए महीना बच
Find
जाता।
out
राज क्या करता था
multiple
पूरे के
ways of
पूरे
getting
पढ़ाई
goal.
क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन
No
हर
problem.
महीने
That I
2100
should
रुपए
make
इन्वेस्ट
right
कर
out. CUET
70 रुपए
दे रहा है,
इतना तो
entrance दे
राज
रहा है,
रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर
DRDO
देता
का
और राज को लगा
application
बेवकूफी है,
आया,
pointless है,
apply
इससे क्या ही होगा?
करो.
25
So
साल
student
बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है,
BSc
लेकिन विजय के वही
psychology
2100 रुपए
लेकर
महीना
हम
हर साल
लोग
10% से बढ़ते हुए 90
गवर्नमेंट ने लिखा है
लाख
500 रुपया एप्लीकेशन
70
रिफंडेबल.
रुपए
नहीं
डेली
मिला,
और
refund आ
90
जाएगा.
लाख
Right,
रुपए का
no
पागल
harm.
वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ।
Right,
आइए देखते हैं
ठीक
राज और
है.
विजय
So
जुड़वा
have
भाई सेम
multiple
जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना
achieve
सब
your
कुछ खर्च
goal.
वर्च करने के बाद
And
10,000 रुपए
cost
महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था
can't
पूरे के
very
पूरे
easily if you are
पढ़ाई
not
क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक
internally
छोटा सा
motivated
डिसीजन
or
हर महीने
externally
2100 रुपए
motivated.
इन्वेस्ट
So
कर
these
70
are
रुपए
research scientific.
इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या ही होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए
Hope is a
70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे पढ़ाई क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए दे। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या ही होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे पढ़ाई क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए दे। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या ही होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके
more than
70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का
are
पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ।
small
आइए देखते हैं
capacity
राज और विजय
players.
जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम
And
सैलरी
wants to
60,000
go
रुपए महीना
there.
सब कुछ
Because
खर्च वर्च करने के बाद
ABC
10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे पढ़ाई क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर
तुमसे नेगेटिव सोच है
इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना
मुझे
हर
मालूम
साल
है
10% से बढ़ते
चालू हुआ है, आज भी हो
90
सकता
लाख
है.
रुपए बन चुके
Why would I want to send you?
70 रुपए डेली और
You don't know
90
the
लाख रुपए का पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे पढ़ाई विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे पढ़ाई जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, pointless है, इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए हुए 90
सोचने
लाख
दो भैया, मम्मी पापा का पॉकेट है,
70 रुपए
एक खुला
डेली
बैंक
और
नहीं है,
90
अगर कोई
लाख
फ्रेंड सोच
रुपए का अंतर।
देखो
पागल
ये
वाली
कोई
बातें नहीं करता हूँ।
मेरे
आइए
फ्रेंड्स
देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे पढ़ा। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता है और आज का बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। क्योंकि जिंदगी जी विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च करता है और आज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और आज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और आज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। क्योंकि जिंदगी जी नहीं। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और आज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और आज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और आज का लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और आज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और आज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख 70 रुपए डेली
problem
और
solved,
90
and get another
लाख
solution.
रुपए का
Next,
अंतर। पागलों वाली
when
बातें
I'm
नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
looking
आइए
at,
देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी,
That's
60,000 रुपए
the
महीना। सब कुछ
So
खर्च वर्च
again,
करने के बाद
research,
10,000 रुपए महीना
we
बचा।
see
राज क्या करता था?
45,
पूरे के पूरे
40 to
उड़ा
45.
क्योंकि जिंदगी
And
जीनी।
yours,
विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर
if
महीने
you are
2100
good in
रुपए
problem
इन्वेस्ट
solving, you are
कर
definitely going to be
इतना तो
an
राज रोज
academic
कॉपी पे खर्च करता
performer.
था और राज को लगा
You
बेवकूफी है,
learn to
पॉइंटलेस है।
solve
इससे क्या होगा?
problems
25 साल
and
बाद
you will
राज के पास
develop your
होगा। लेकिन विजय के
cognitive
वही
skills and
2100
your
रुपए महीना
anxiety and
हर
depression
साल 10% से
sensitivity will
बढ़ते
go
हुए
down
90
because you
लाख
stop
रुपए बन
thinking.
चुके हैं।
Right? We
70
always say
रुपए
that women are
डेली
very
और
good in
90
problem solving.
लाख
Most of
रुपए
us
का
know
पागलों वाली
to
बातें नहीं कर
lie.
रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर
my husband drives
इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं।
and there will be costs.
70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं।
Both the times I've
70
done
रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए
very
90
strong. Either
लाख
tears
70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते
Yes,
हुए 90
starting
लाख
first movie. He didn't
70
want to
रुपए
show he had
डेली
5
और
fingers.
90 लाख
No,
रुपए
it's
का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं।
Aeroplane.
70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से
evaluating
बढ़ते
the
हुए
pros and
90
cons and then
लाख रुपए।
eventually coming up with the correct
70 रुपए
solution.
डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय, जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब, सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट
And you
कर
have to see this
70
video, I will submit
रुपए।
it
इतना
to
तो राज
you
रोज
and-
कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या
So
होगा?
what is
25 साल बाद
social
राज के पास कुछ नहीं है।
Again,
लेकिन विजय के
one
वही
more.
2100
Even
रुपए
for
महीना
him.
हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90
Right? So, again, I'll give you an
70
example.
रुपए
When
डेली
you have
और
social
90
support
लाख
available,
रुपए
it
का
definitely
पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
emotionally
आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय,
protects you
जुड़वा भाई,
and
सेम
social
जॉब, सेम
support
सैलरी,
can be
60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा।
My son
राज क्या
has
करता था?
been
पूरे के
in class
पूरे उड़ा
level
दिए
five.
क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी।
Yes.
विजय ने एक
So you
छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने
Tremendous
2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर
tremendous
70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख
I love
रुपए,
you, Mama. As a marks.
70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं।
But that
70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए। जिंदगी जी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट करना। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है, इससे क्या ही होगा। 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख
मतलब
रुपए
can you
का
imagine
पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय
MBA,
जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब
उसके
सेम
बाद
सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना
MBA
सब कुछ
करना,
खर्च वर्च
मतलब
करने के
खुद
बाद
से।
10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। 70 इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। 70 रुपए इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता। आइए देखते हैं राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी 60,000 रुपए महीना सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था पूरे के पूरे उड़ा क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया। 70 रुपए इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है पॉइंटलेस है इससे क्या होगा 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं।
मतलब जितना भी
70
पैसा हो,
रुपए
I
डेली
am the
और
best.
90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं कर रहा हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागल वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बचा। राज क्या करता था? पूरे के पूरे उड़ा दिए, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर। 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा? 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए हो चुके हैं। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था, पूरे के पूरे उड़ा देता, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर, 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता था, और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या है, 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था, पूरे के पूरे उड़ा देता, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर, 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता, और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या है, 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके। 70 रुपए डेली और 90 लाख रुपए का अंतर। पागलों वाली बातें नहीं करता हूँ, आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई, सेम जॉब सेम सैलरी, 60,000 रुपए महीना। सब कुछ खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था, पूरे के पूरे उड़ा देता, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर, 70
This session was not
इतना तो
only
राज रोज
informative,
कॉफी पे खर्च
but
कर
also
देता,
very
और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा, 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए
Thank you, Dr.
90
Meghna,
लाख
for
रुपए।
sharing your time, knowledge, and
70 रुपए
experience with us.
डेली
We
और
are truly
90
grateful for
लाख
your
रुपए का अंतर।
experience
पागलों वाली
and
बातें नहीं करता हूँ,
contribution.
आइए देखते हैं। राज और विजय जुड़वा भाई,
Now,
सेम
I would
जॉब
like
सेम
to call
सैलरी,
upon
60,000 रुपए महीना।
Sriram
सब कुछ
Sir.
खर्च वर्च करने के बाद 10,000 रुपए महीना बच जाता। राज क्या करता था, पूरे के पूरे उड़ा देता, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीनी है। विजय ने एक छोटा सा डिसीजन, हर महीने 2100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर, 70 रुपए। इतना तो राज रोज कॉफी पे खर्च कर देता, और राज को लगा बेवकूफी है, पॉइंटलेस है। इससे क्या होगा, 25 साल बाद राज के पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन विजय के वही 2100 रुपए महीना हर साल 10% से बढ़ते हुए 90 लाख रुपए बन चुके हैं। 70
अच्छा आपका खुद का यूट्यूब चैनल है, मुझे आज पता चला।
me to welcome Ms. Shweta Magnani ma'am, a counseling psychologist, educator, and a founder of Sutkash. She holds a master degree in counseling psychology and an alumni of Srimati Malikan and Fisher College, a postgraduate diploma in sports psychology, and also a PhD scholar. She is trained in multiple therapeutic approaches, including personal-centered therapy, CBT, transactional analysis, gestalt therapy, narrative practices, expressive art therapy, and queer affirmative counseling. Ms. Magnani has worked across diverse settings such as schools, colleges, NGOs, urban and rural communities, custodial institutions, and palliative care. Alongside her clinical work, she is an active academician and visiting faculty. Please join me giving a huge round of applause to welcome Ms. Magnani.
This feels extremely weird. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I have not prepared any presentation, and I don't know what I'm going to speak. The only thing I know is that I'm going to speak from my heart. And as a student, as someone who's worked here, I'm going to speak realities that you might not like. They might be difficult to hear. They might also be things that you might not want to hear right now. But they're important for us to understand when we're speaking about effective mentoring strategies. The next thing that I want to talk about is, firstly, let me just thank everyone involved in making this conference possible. And actually, मुझे दूसरा mic देंगे क्या? मजा नहीं आ रहा है. Sorry. So, अब मेरी आवाज आ रही है सबको? बढ़िया. So I think in Hindi, but I will try to speak in English. I know that as teachers, we don't like students using their phones. So I see all the teachers. Yes, all of us, right? Right. जल्दी आ जाओ, मेरे को बोर हो रहा है. आपको बोर होते हैं, right? We are going to make this session happen both ways. I am not the only one who's going to put efforts today. You are also going to be a part of making this session possible. Okay, is that okay for everyone? Yes, awesome. So let me start by doing a small poll. If you agree, you will raise your hand. If you experienced it, if you agree with it, ऐसा हुआ है, you will raise your hand. If you've not, you will not raise your hand. Okay? अभी फिलहाल सच में किसको नींद आ रही है? Students, patient. Oh wait, this is the conference. You idiots. यहाँ पर बैठे कितने लोग हैं जो अभी भी 4 अलग-अलग चीजों के बारे में सोच रहे हैं? You have multiple tabs open. Yes, ma'am is on her phone and ma'am is like, no, not at all, ma'am. अरे ma'am, of course, effective mentoring strategies. यहाँ पे बैठे कितने लोग हैं who once upon a time in their childhood thought मुझसे तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. Okay. And maybe also when we are raising our hands, let's look around as well. Maybe we'll find our colleagues, our students also coming from the same space. How many of us here have been told by our teachers, elders, parents that what have you thought about your future? Because I don't see anything happening. Yeah. Look that side, look this side, right? Next question. How many of us struggle with overthinking? Yes, please let's ensure that you're looking that side or looking this side. Yasin ji, आप Superman? How many of us here constantly think I could be better, but I don't know what to do? Yeah, Mata. Okay.
As you can see, right now, when we are sitting here, we are a group of educators, scholars, students, people who are coming from different spaces, but similar thinking, same thoughts, same experiences, right? I'm going to give you two disclaimers when you're sitting here in this session with me. Number one, there is no power. There is no power hierarchy. Number two, let's sit here not as people who come from uh, a rich experience. Let's listen like learners. Because when you sit like a teacher here, the first thing your cognitive brain is going to tell you, there's nothing I don't know. Whatever she's saying, I know it already. Yes, you know it. And I'm sure you must be exposed to immense social media to know what effective mentoring means. But I'm going to speak here as a student and as somebody who's worked here and also somebody who's worked with different kinds of students who come from different challenging backgrounds. Okay. We're going to focus a lot on Indian context so that the theories that we learn and that we've been learning are also from Western worlds. तो हमारे इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ये चीजें ज्यादा करके एप्लीकेबल नहीं होती क्यों नहीं होती बिकॉज हमारे घर में 16 साल की उम्र में हम ये नहीं बोल सकते कि आई एम लीविंग होम नाउ neither can we say that I have a partner and I'm planning to move in with this person or that oh I don't know what I'm going to do but I'll figure it out. You don't have an option to say these things and I'm sure as people who've grown up in homes where studying something that you love may have been something that was your first ever fight. That I want to do this. For example, I want to do psychology. I don't think it was appreciated because they were not sure if this is something that's feasible for them and feasible for my career. I'm sure most of you have chosen things that might be influenced by a lot of factors. But the thing here is that the people that we are working with right now, the students, number one, they are first generation learners. And that means that they are the first people who are exposed to education, amenities, exposures to different spaces. Also, people who are just learning how to adapt to this fast-pacing life. On that account, if they sit in one of your lectures, you as a teacher sit and you think that this student, if they are not paying attention to you, that they are careless, hopeless, and probably are not attentive. Sometimes as teachers, we come with a lot of mental overload. Let's start with our own experiences. Most of you wake up at 5, 6 a.m. Most of you wake up early because you have children at home, you have elders at home, you have partners at home who need you, right? And it could be, I'm not talking about a specific gender. All of us are struggling in our own ways, right? And after that, you're rushing to work. You have 20 different commitments at work. What about that mail you didn't respond? What about this deadline? What about so many different committees you're a part of? On top of it, you remember, oh my God, I'm late to my lecture, I need to hit there. So you have a lot of built up energy already that's accumulated, and then you head for this lecture. When you sit for this lecture and you're explaining, you see one student talking to another student, and you're like, get out of my class. You're not being obedient. Probably that's something that some of us do and some of us don't. Some of us have learned to ignore also with our years of experience. But you notice all of this. Now you have learned to adapt to this. I'm sure a lot of educators here have an image in front of their students. ये teacher खड़ूस है, ये teacher थोड़ी सी मूड पे है, ये तो best sir है यार, इनके साथ बैठ के मजा आता है, right? So many different images, and of the same department. So you're known to be something, something, something. Now, before you were this something, this khadus person, this angry person, or this chirchira person, maybe once upon a time you were also a student who was just having a lot of fun and doing a lot of badmashi, right? Where did that student go? Where did that person go? How did you become so different from who you used to be?
Sometimes, when your students first year, they were very strict. Very strict teacher. इनके सामने तो मैं बात ही नहीं कर सकता. कभी कभी आप अपने मन में देखते हो यार मैं भी तो इनसे थोड़ा लेकिन ये लोग मेरे से इतना डरते हैं. First thing I want to talk about mentoring is that mentoring happens outside of the class. So when you're a teacher in a classroom, you're a teacher. Say that. But one thing that needs to be very, very noted. If you take pride in being a strict person, if you take pride in being somebody who insults students because you're angry at their indiscipline or their behavior, that's not right. That's not healthy. Because it does not say anything about the class. It says a lot about you as a person. You like being strict. Some of us don't even enjoy being strict. Some of us don't like screaming. हमारे ब्लड प्रेशर पे अफेक्ट होता है, हमारी हेल्थ पे आता है. आप चिल्लाते रहते हो, आपका नर्वस सिस्टम अफेक्ट होते रहता है. And maybe you don't relate to that, but you're like, but the students don't listen to me. Maybe that's a concern. But it has a lot to do with how you develop these skills and how these skills become your personality. So even when you're at home and your husband is like, कैसे हो? क्या तुमको हटो? Snap. You snap at them. Why? Become a part of personality. So when you're being a mentor versus when you're being a teacher, your traits of who you are needs to be same. Because if someone decides to ask you that, ma'am, I want you to be a mentor to me, that means that they trust you. That means that they want to learn from you. But if you add the fear element into it, suddenly they won't open up. Suddenly they'll be scared. Suddenly they'll be hesitant. Because some of us take that role so seriously, it starts applying everywhere. Okay? I want to talk a lot, but I also want to hear from us. Okay? Let's do a small activity. I need to ask everyone here. Tell me about that one teacher that you met in your school or your college, and you think that teacher was really like a role model, somebody that you saw and you were like, I want to be like this person. And this is a question to everyone. That one teacher, when you look at that person, whoever that may be, you're like, this is perfect role model teacher. I'm sure there are thank you. I'm sure there are lots of images that are built up, right? So keep that image and try to look at the skill. Yes, Vedashri ma'am. आप बताएं.
Shreya.
Shreya ma'am. Why do you think Shreya ma'am was that for you? Can you give me one trait of hers?
Very perfect balance of emotional and practical understanding or performance.
So she was a perfect balance of emotional and practical work. She was very balanced is what you mean, right? I know that I see some students raising hand, but I would like to know from some teachers as well. Yes, ma'am.
One teacher, she was teaching economics when I was in junior college.
Okay.
From her I learned two things. She said कि कभी भी दो चीजों के लिए नहीं बोलो. First, जब आपको बहुत भूख लगी है, तभी बिना हिचक के बिंदास खाओ.
Okay.
क्योंकि आपको भूख लगी है और अगर आप वो टाइम पे नहीं खा रहे हो,
तो उसका बैड इफेक्ट आपके बॉडी के ऊपर होगा.
Okay.
सेकेंड, आपको जब कुछ भी नहीं समझा है ना, तो जब तक नहीं समझ आए, आप पूछते जाओ और जब आपको समझेगा तभी शांति से बैठो. So I learned from her and she is a role model for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone here, gentlemen? Like, हमको क्यों पूछ रही है? आपके मन में कोई image, any person? बोले हम ही role model थे आपके. चारों के silence से वही लग रहा है. Sir, any image that pops up in your mind, sir? If you are comfortable. अरे तुम कर लो भाई. आप चेक कर लेंगे भाई. दोनों को माइक दे दो, भाई भाई कर लेंगे.
I remember Ratali Thakur. She was she was teaching psychology in BA. And really, I'm a great fan of her skills. She used to engage the whole class for more, 2.5 hours continuously. Not a single child used to get bored. We all used to love her, and she was the most, I can say, motivating teacher all the time.
Love that, thank you.
पहले तो मेरे जो पापा है वो उनका एजुकेशन कम था, लेकिन फिर भी हर एक सब्जेक्ट में जो उनका नॉलेज है, तो वैसा नॉलेज होना चाहिए, वैसा मुझे हर बार लगता था। और मेरे ग्रेजुएशन में जो मेरे टीचर थे मराठी सब्जेक्ट के, तो जब भी वो जो सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते थे तो ऐसा लगता था कि भाई मतलब अभी सानी गुरुजी का चैप्टर अगर पढ़ा रहे तो ऐसा लगता था कि सानी गुरुजी हमारे सामने खड़े हैं। संत तुकाराम का जो पढ़ा रहे तो ऐसा लगता था कि वो संत तुकाराम हमारे सामने साक्षात खड़े हैं और वो बोल रहे हैं। और एक बंदरवाड़ी करके एक ये था, तो उसमें भी वो जब पढ़ाते थे तो ऐसा लगता कि वो उस कादम्बरी का टीचर बाहर निकल गया है, हमारे सामने खुद सब बयां कर रहा है। तो उनका जो नॉलेज था, मतलब पॉइंट टू पॉइंट समझा रहा हूँ, एकदम बारीकी से सब बता रहा हूँ, तो हमें लगता है कि भाई अगर मैं मेरे बच्चों को पढ़ा रहा हूँ तो मेरे में भी वैसी चीज आनी चाहिए और बच्चों का हर तरह से सेटिस्फेक्शन जो है वो मुझसे होना चाहिए।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Gauging whatever everyone is saying, what I understand is that we have identified these role models. Now, the second question is, if this is your role model, how close are you to that role model? How close are your skills to that role model? Right? Because sometimes we sit here and we have these immense people in our lives who are like, this person is great, this person has contributed in this way in my life. I admire this trait about this person. And I want to be like this person. But the efforts to be that also needs to be taken up. Because I probably want to be a very patient person. And I look at people and I'm like, they're testing my patience. I'm not going to be a patient person. Right? Our traits, our skills, our behavior is always influenced by people around us. But to become an effective mentor, the first thing is to remember that your behavior should not change no matter the circumstances and no matter the environment. Right? The other thing is to remember that when we're talking about becoming a mentor, I'm sure, as I understand, last time when I was working here, becoming a mentor was something that was emphasized on, right? We were all told, become a mentor, take in some students, and ensure that you're guiding them well. Now imagine a workload that you have existingly. Some people here might be in accuracy, some people in sports committee, some people in yes, all these committees that I was talking about. And then imagine your lecture load, then imagine the admin work that you do. उसमें एक बच्चे को मैं mentor बन जाऊं. Sometimes these opportunities burn us out more than they do good. We end up taking responsibilities because they've been told by people around us you should do it. But you create more damage than you create well-being for that person who is willing to learn from it. The first question that is important to ask people is that, are you willing to manage your time effectively to ensure that you're sitting with this child and you're mentoring this child? I see a trend in multiple universities, which is mentoring happens at corridors. The child is running, I am running. मैं ये भी करो, ऐसा करो, मैं तुमको बाद में मिलती हूँ. Or it's like, message me, I will reply to you, call me after college, I will speak to you. That's not mentoring. That's meherbani. When you start converting mentoring into meherbani, the child becomes anxious, confused, and more stressed. So number one is
when you are willing to become a mentor, and I'm sure a lot of students look up to all of you, choose time, space, and stay honest and loyal to that. Student who is coming to you is coming because they admire you. And when they see you in stress, when they see you in a lot of tension, hurry, constant emotional turmoil, they're like, oh my God, I think I am pressuring and burdening my teacher to become my mentor. I don't think they're happy with this. And immediately you start seeing the student is dissociating from you, disconnecting. They stop coming to you. Why? Because you were neither emotionally available, neither physically available. So the first thing of becoming an effective mentor is remove time physically and remove time emotionally and psychologically. What does that mean? It means that if you are calm and collected and taken care of, you can take care of other people. If you are constantly in stress, anger, critical, I have to do this, I have to do that, I have this deadline, I have to send this mail right now, I have to send this message right now. And that's the time they see you. So two people are now anxious. Right? It happens at home also. Imagine when you're sitting at home and suddenly you see your child or your partner in a lot of tension. You ask them what happened. बहुत बड़ा लोचा हुआ है. I can be in a lot of trouble. बोलो. सुन लिया हमने ये, अब हम भी problem solving में लगे पड़े हैं. So for example, a student has come up to you because yeah, mentoring, and now they're seeing you in a lot of stress. So if you're not emotionally taking care of yourself, if you're not regulated, if you're not calm, अगर आप खुश नहीं लग रहे हो तो आप किसी को help किस करो. So number one is being physically and emotionally available and regulated. The second thing is, in mentoring, there is no power hierarchy. What does this mean? It means that you can't sit there with this child and say, I know better than you. You can't. Absolutely no to do. You might be skilled, you might be experienced, you might do a great job at what you do. But if this person is sitting with you, they want to learn from you, not be belittled by you, not be taught by you. Mentoring is not teaching, by the way. Mentoring is guiding, mentoring is helping the child decide for themselves what they want. So, for example, a child comes to you and says that I've decided that I want to become an assistant professor. Okay, give net. Net नहीं तो set. Set नहीं तो तुम एक काम करो assistant बन जाओ मेरे. और मैं तुम्हारा करवा के दे दूंगा. Because you think this child is great. तुम इसको help करना चाहते हो. लेकिन आपने उसके लिए सोच लिया. You didn't even let them think. You didn't even let them realize what do they really want to do. This is not mentoring. This is calm repairment. Sitting with that child, understanding why do you want to do this? What if the person says, because I don't think I'm good at anything else? Okay, yes, you're not good at anything, but do this. Teaching is such a sacred job. It's not something that people do because they don't know something. Right? It's a skill, it takes time. And what is this person's belief about themselves? Mentoring can sometimes be similar to counseling too, where you're learning to know more about the student, where you're asking questions, where you're curious, where you're being a listener as well. Because sometimes we feel that mentoring is about career guidance. It's not. It's holistic way of shaping a person's life choices, and that could be not just career. It could be related to personal choices, it could be related to achievements, it could be related to upskilling, etc., etc. But the point here is, are we willing to sit and give 20-30 minutes of our time? सबसे महंगी चीज आजकल टाइम है. हमारे पास है नहीं और जितना मिलता है हम वो बाकी चीजों में उलझ जाते हैं. So it's very important to ensure that you remove that time and you sit with that child, right? The other thing to keep in mind is that mentoring should not happen in public spaces. I'm sitting here and I'm telling this child, तुमको ना कुछ आधा आधा है नहीं, टाइम मैनेजमेंट नाम की तो चीज है नहीं, आज ही बैठी रहती हो तुम हंस रही हो मुझे देख के, व्हाट इज दिस नॉनसेंस. 10 जन उसके क्लासमेट के सामने मैंने उसको सुना दिया, अगर उसको मैंने जो काम दिया उसने नहीं किया. Keep this one small skill in mind that helps, which is anytime you have any grievance, even if you're upset, even if you're angry, ensure that you're doing it one-on-one. Ensure that your speech is collected and calm. चिल्लाकर impact नहीं बढ़ता है. अपने words और language जो हमारे काबू में होते तब impact है. Right? Ensure that you're sitting with the child and you're speaking about the problem and not criticizing the child, not belittling the child, not putting them down. If the child is not able to do something, it's probably because something has come up. Maybe sometimes it's also being lazy, right? Maybe sometimes it's also procrastinating. But why is that procrastination happening? Because you will see one trend in students, and that is they end up putting a lot of goals. 20, 30 goals they are showing. And you're like, yeah, all of them are great. No, filter them. Convert them into daily, monthly, yearly goals. So that when they sit, they can see what they can do every day, every week, every month, every year. The other thing, so ये तो मैं बात करती रहूँगी, आपसे सुनना है. Let's play a small game, okay? 2 people, 3 people, yeah. मैम आप मैम के पीछे मतलब ऐसा मुझे पेयर्स चाहिए, ठीक है? पेयर्स कहते हैं ये भाईचारा बैठ सकता है, आप यहाँ बैठ सकते हैं. Pledge, thanks, mention what. Yes, 2 people. सर आपका रील्स हो गया. Congratulations. सर आपसे हंस रहे, मैंने बोला मैं जोक कर रही हूँ आप भी यार. क्या है ये? हर्ट हो गया मेरे को थोड़ा सा. घर की वो तो ज्यादा उड़ रहे हैं ना. This one activity I want to do with everyone, okay? आप लोग एक दूसरे से बात करते हो किस चीज की? मजा नहीं आ रहा है, काम बहुत है, घर जाना है. ये चीज अगर स्टूडेंट्स शर्म करो. लेकिन ये कहानी भावे भी यही है. But today I want you guys to sit with each other for the next 5 minutes and talk to each other about that one chocolate that you used to eat a lot. One chocolate जो आपने इतना खाया कि वो जहां से आपने खरीदा वो आज करोड़पति बन चुका है. Okay? Take 5 minutes, मैम आप लोग भी बात कर सकते हैं. सर आप बच्ची से बात करें. Yes. पहले आप सर से पूछे कितनी सर लग रहा है चॉकलेट खाते हैं. सर से बात कर लीजिए, खुद से बात मत कीजिए. Come on, teachers, please ensure we are accommodating everyone that side as well. Yes, okay. Okay, closing in 10 seconds. I'm sure बात कर लिया है. Yes.
The gossip नहीं था रे. Okay. I heard someone talking about a teacher. Huh? Beautiful. So, did we determine each other's favorite chocolates? जिसकी वजह से तकलीफ हुआ? Yes. मम्मी पापा की थोड़ी मार डांट खानी पड़ी. Yes. Sir, sir, हो गया? Gentlemen. Yes. सबकी शक्लों में खुशी दिख रही है. Sir का favorite chocolate क्या पता चला?
Same 5 star.
Both of us are same.
Same chocolate.
Okay. Okay. So, are we going to buy it together later? Yes. Great. One for me. Thank you. Yes.
5 star.
So ये चटन मटन करके कैसा लगा? Like also लगाओ कि यार ये ऐसे सारे काम कौन करवाता है कॉन्फ्रेंस में इतना प्रोफेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है व्हाट इज दिस एक्चुअली प्रिंसिपल क्या नहीं है तो इसका फायदा उठा लेगा but more importantly this is how mentoring sessions are supposed to be. They are supposed to have a good blend of professionalism and personalized touch. I know that talking to a group of PhD holders and people with a lot of experience, people who are emerging psychologists and many professional people here, about chocolates may not be the best thing I'm doing right now. But I think we've forgotten that before anything, any role that we play, we're humans. And we love connection. And we love bonding. And we love having a good time and we love connecting with people on common things. Your mentee wants to connect with you. And if you cannot connect with them on a personal level, on similarities, then the work will not start the way it's supposed to. Mentoring is also not tuitions. You're not teaching them to learn something. You're teaching them how to be a good human. You're teaching them how to be an accomplished human. You're teaching them to be a humble human. And there might be certain things that you might also not completely know, which is absolutely perfectly fine. What you do know is that you figured out your life and you're helping someone else figure out their own, right? So, having these kind of conversations. How was your day? घर पे सब कैसा चल रहा है? आपका festival था. Tell me more. आपके लिए लोग मिठाई लाते हैं, खाना लाते हैं. They get a lot of things for you specifically because you are somebody who means a lot to them. The only thing that will mean the world to them is for you to check in on them. Check in on their day, check in on their course, check in on how they're feeling, check in on how they're doing, right? It's very important for that, right? So far, I'm sure that without a PPT, it's very difficult to keep a track of what is she actually blathering about. I'm blathering about how can you be a better human for someone who wants you to be their mentor, right? Most importantly, it's very important to keep one thing in mind. If you are mentoring somebody, there is a chance that you will have to address the elephant in the room. How is your mental health? How is family? And things you might end up finding out might not be things you might like to hear. We come from different vulnerable backgrounds. All of us here. Students as well. Family issues, financial issues, issues that you cannot help them in. Which doesn't mean that when they are sharing things with you that it's now your duty to help them come out of the problem. No. 3 things: enabling, empowerment, and understanding. We'll talk about that a bit forward. You can't be somebody who will fix their problems. You need to equip them with life skills that enable them to fix their problems. You're there as a support system. You know how we're talking about mentoring from a very WHO modern language, right? But before mentoring was such a important professional word, mentoring was in the forms of Guru Shishya.
mentoring was in the form of listening to your grandmother's stories. It is in ways where you go and you sit near your building ka corridor and ground and you see what uncle talking about his life experience. Why is this uncle such a great badminton player? We want to learn how to play badminton from him. Right? And we're talking about it in colleges, but before that, it's personal. Mentoring is personal. Mentoring is a personal emotion that needs to be imbibed. More importantly, it's something that you can't just do like that. 3 conversations with a student and it's done. No. Mentoring is a long-term relationship. You can't just meet them 6 times in a year and be like, I completed my mentoring. No. I'm sure we are in touch with some of our teachers, school teachers, college teachers, and we still talk to them because they meant something to us. And there might be some students in your life who might still reach out to you even after years of them leaving college. Why does that happen? Because you created an impact. Because you matter to them, right? And so we would want mentoring to be a long-term relationship. We can't just put a timeline into it. It doesn't have to be every day, every month. It can be that, listen, I exist in your life now. If you ever need something that you want to talk about, you let me know. Yes, some of us might have boundaries, some of us might have limitations, some of us might not always be able to remove time, but you need to have some sort of a structure how to your mentoring session should look like. But there shouldn't be things that are rushed. There shouldn't be things that are just done because you've been told that you have to. Don't take 10, 15, 20 students under you and call them your mentees. Start with 1, 2, 3, your bandwidth. And that's how you start. Okay, I get lost of that way. But let's play one more game. I know that you guys might not completely be comfortable. I will still do it. I want you to take a deep breath. I think we forgot to breathe for a second. Sometimes you don't hydrate, take care, eat on time. Yes, guilty of that? Even students? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Ask yourself this one tiny question. As of now in my life, am I content with what I have? Don't answer it to me, answer it to yourself internally. अभी फिलहाल जो मेरी जिंदगी चल रही है मैं खुश हूँ मैं ठीक हूँ क्या ये खुद को पूछो और देखो जवाब क्या आता है If the answer is yes, then you are God. Congratulations. If the answer is no, congrats, you're a human. No other interpretation in this. If you as a person, अगर आपकी body language, अगर आपके way of being, अगर आप जैसे हो, मुझे बाहर से अगर दिख जाता है as a person कि आप खुश ठीक सही नहीं हो, आप अपना ध्यान नहीं रख रहे हो, तो मुझे क्या फील होगा? मुझे भी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, right? And so, most important part of being a mentor is how you conduct, take care, and rest. If you yourself are struggling with your own life, if you are struggling with your own routine, if you are struggling with your own work, I'm sorry, but then you are in no position to help someone else because you are in no position to help yourself. And I know you might not like listening to this, and you might think to me and you might say, but I am doing a fantastic job. Yes. At what cost? Body pain, migraines, blood pressure, stress, overthinking.
not eating properly, vitamin D deficiencies. ये तो physical बात कर रही हूँ मैं mental health की तो बात ही नहीं कर रही. All of this is something one of you is struggling. And it's sad that we are not taking care of our health. The only time we get a break, what do? Is sleep. Sometimes even that's not possible. Because you have a lot of ghar ka kaam to do. Maintenance work to do. Please ensure that you are taking care of yourself. Because that, I know that we are talking a lot on how to be with the student, but the first learning is observation. When I see my teacher, my mentor, I want to be like that person. I want to wear clothes like they wear. I want to speak like them. I want to act like them. I want to walk like them. If my mentor is walking like this constantly, every college ke time, this is how they walk. If this is how they snap, shut up, don't talk to me right now. I am subconsciously observing and I'm saying that this behavior is justified because my mentor is doing it. So I will also do it. But I'm sure that we don't want people to learn this from us, right? Yeah. So enabling our mentees would mean that you are letting them take decisions and you're giving them your opinion on what you think about them. Empowering would mean whenever you see some opportunity that you would want them to know that, okay, this opportunity exists and I would like you to do this. If you understand their socio-economical culture, every context, then you understand that some days are difficult for them. You accommodate that. You motivate them, you encourage them, and you understand them. Very importantly, mentoring is something that most of us may have not received properly. It was probably in the forms of having very strict teachers, teachers who punished us, teachers who shamed us, people around us who sort of did not guide us properly, only said wrong things about our decisions. So everything that you experienced, do the opposite of that. Because once you understand that what childhood experiences, teenagehood experiences you had, would you want to replicate the same to someone else? No, I don't think so. We're not like that. Right? And more importantly, if you don't know something, don't pretend. As a teacher, sometimes I think it sometimes comes to our self-confidence, self-belief. That if a student has asked me something, I have to answer. Or I have to say something. No, if you don't know it, you don't know it. Let's be honest. I'll find it out later. I'll tell you later. Let me research about it. Be honest. Be honest about your capacities. Be honest about everything that you do. Right? And now we are all so sleepy. कब खत्म हुआ? कितना बजा? Yeah. Can you stand up? I'm going to take a good advantage of it. Because after this, no one is going to call me. Sir को नहीं बोलेंगे. Okay. So, I am not sure a lot of people are happy because some people were really nice daydreaming. Dr. Shimla Jau. Okay. This small activity that we want to do right now is a lot to do with switching. Okay. So teachers, I'm sure that you are comfortable where you're seated. But now you will quietly move to the student side and students will quietly move that side. And you're going to switch places. Okay? Keep your belongings the way they are, people will adjust. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, switch. Nahi, keep your belongings. Switch.
Go sit in the student's corner and students go sit in the teacher's corner. आपके पास हमें लाइट लग गया है आप लोग चलिए जाए जल्दी से तो पहले वो स्कूल
Okay,
yeah wow sir look at that खुश लग रहे हैं okay okay is it feeling different is it feeling uncomfortable is it feeling कि थोड़ा सा comfort zone था But how are you feeling right now? What? Wonderful. मैम कैसा लग रहा है आपको? Same. Some people might be sitting in a space वो आपका space बन गया होगा. Some people might be like कोई बात नहीं हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता. Interpretation ऐसा है कि sometimes you have to empathize. Sometimes you have to sit where they are seated, and sometimes you have to respond in the way you would like to hear. Sometimes becoming a mentor is also reminding that you were once upon a time a student too, and you had certain needs, and you had certain expectations, and you had a dream. Some of us were not fortunate enough to have mentors when we were growing up because world was not kind. But now world has changed and today's generation is exposed to so much information, but they're still confused because it's information overload. You enter here to help them figure out and declutter whatever is not needed. And sometimes you have to understand them more deeply than that. मैं अगले टाइम नहीं आऊंगी. Okay, but I wanted to say more, but I think I have been kindly told to shut up. And I accept being shut up. But thank you so much. I hope that through these practical things that we did together, that we are able to change not a lot of things, but even a small change is good enough for us. Thank you so much.
I would.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Shweta Varnani ma'am. Thank you so much for such an insightful and engaging sessions on effective mentoring. Your perspectives on the role of power of hierarchy, mentoring extending beyond the classroom and importance of being physically and emotionally present and most importantly taking care of yourself first. The examples and the reflection that you shared made the session more relatable and engaging. On the behalf of everyone present here, I would like to sincerely thank you for taking your valuable time here and sharing your knowledge and experience. Now I would like to call Dr. Alpa ma'am for to felicitate Shweta Mangrani ma'am.
Thank you so Thank you.
Now I would like to call Tanvi Khadpani for the form.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tanvi Khadpani and I'm a student of everyone's faculty. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome
वो
Dr.
नोट
Sinha
आपके
Lal,
पास रखो
Dr.
लगेगा
Shah, to the pharmacy psychologist, and the head of the Department of Psychology at SIS Junior College, Mumbai. She is an alumna of University of Mumbai. Dr. Shah holds a Master of Arts and MPhil degree. She has also completed a Master of Education from the University of Mumbai. I would now like to invite Dr. Shah to enlighten us about identifying learning styles in students and identifying best teacher practices. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Shah.
मला पण असं त्यांचे पीपीटी आहे मैं पूछती हूँ वहां जाके
या फिर थोड़ा एसी कम कर सकते हैं।
बंद कर सकता हूँ
हाँ 10 से बंद कर देना पक्का कर देना।
Good afternoon, all of you. Can we start? All right. Sorry, Shweta had to finish because of my session, and I guarantee you that before the cheat comes, I will finish my presentation. Don't worry about that. I also understand that I'm not someone great here standing in front of you and giving you a lecture and making you learn something. But I'm sure you all are experts like me, and we all are experts in the field. But this will be a session to just give you some glimpses of what you're already practicing in the classroom. Probably this will be a just run through of what we all are doing, and it will be just a kind of refreshing thing for all of us. So I thank you, our college, Malapandran ma'am, Archana Pachi ma'am, Varsha ma'am, Sonamya sir, for giving me this opportunity. I'm sure I will not bore you, and I'll just make a small and crisp presentation of what is the topic of mine today. That is identifying learning styles in students and identifying best teaching practices. Of course, this presentation I have prepared from the perspective of teachers, but I will make sure that there is a takeaway for students also. So let's begin. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So let's begin with this one particular thought that the roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. So we all find teaching learning process is a very difficult churning process for all of us. But at the end of the day, the result is our students who are accomplishing and who are flourishing in life. So let's begin. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So let's begin with the earlier scenario and how the scenario has changed now and why understanding learning styles is now very important from the earlier time. So let's see that. So in the earlier time, we have been talking about the Gurukul systems and the Guru Shishya Parampara. So education was teacher centric. So earlier days, it was a teacher who was at the center of education, deciding everything for the students. So what is good, what is bad, what is right, wrong, and how we should be teaching, everything was teacher centric. Teaching learning process was directed by teachers. So it was a teacher who was having the entire control of the teaching process, whereas learners or the students were actually passive, who were not having that much of control that how the teaching learning process should be happening. And there was a single approach towards the process. So a teacher would decide the way in which he or she wants to teach, or he or she wants to direct the teaching learning process. But let's see how the scenario has changed. And I'm sure that we all are aware and we are going through the process of NEP 2020, where there are some different expectations from us as teachers, and there are different expectations from students as well. So let's see how the scenario has changed now. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah. Now we can see that the teaching learning process, which was earlier mentioned like this, now has become learning teaching process. That means the teacher's role has now got secondary, but the learner's role has got the primary role. And how much learning has been taking place or how much learning is taking place, that is even more important now. Education has become student-centric. We all are witnessing, I think that in a way it is good. I think students are having equal participation in the learning process. Now, students' mental health is a priority in NEP 2020 as well as in general. For the entire day, I think we are all been discussing about the mental health of students, and that is the priority. What all the speakers already have spoken, I will also highlight that point that as a teachers, we need to understand that we as well as our students are going through our own life challenges. So as we are struggling with our life, students have their own struggles. And when we are sensitized towards these things, I think our teaching learning process or learning teaching process will be more interesting. Catering to the diverse students' need has been given importance. So learning styles, we are going to see that how different students learn in different ways. Besides that, I just also want to mention that we will be having some students with different kind of abilities. So you will be having students having different types of learning disabilities. We might have students who are going through the Down syndrome, like mental retardation syndrome, or we might have students who are having autism or ADHD also. So the role of teachers is very, very important to cater the needs of these diverse students. It includes understanding different learning styles and different abilities of students and adapting to different teaching methods to cater the needs of different students. At the end of my presentation, I will also talk about that. I do understand that following whatever I have been now discussing is not always possible in every situation of our classroom, but if I can make you sensitize, students sensitized towards what best can be done in the classroom, I think that will be the takeaway from my session. Let's proceed. Okay. Now, learning styles means what? Because I think for many years, there was no understanding of that there are different learning styles as such, whether they exist. But in the 20th century, when different psychologists started talking about learning styles, now let's understand what is the meaning of learning styles. So it means that different people have different preferences for processing information. So right now, when I'm presenting, I'm sure that you all are processing the information in different ways, even though the presentation is same for all of you. So that is also applicable in the classroom setting. The concept of learning styles, of course, there were people who were talking about different learning styles, but this is the person Neil Fleming in 1987. He was the first one to identify different learning styles. And his model, which I will be presenting in my today's presentation, of course, there are various models also, but this is the most popular and the simplest model of all the learning styles. That's why I thought that I will present this model, which is called as a VARK model. VARK model stands for 4 different learning styles: visual learning, auditory learning, reading and writing, and kinesthetic learnings. I will just go through these 4 types of learning styles and what teachers and what students can do to understand their type of learning style. Let's proceed. All right. This is the small historical background of how learning styles came into the picture. So in 20th or before 20th century, it was believed that in whatever way the teacher teaches, the student has to learn in that way. But in 20th century, slowly psychologists started understanding that different people process information differently. And that's why we need to understand different learning styles. Now, these are the people. I will not take time to read all their names as it is already presented in the PowerPoint. But the Neil Fleming's model is based on the earlier people, what work they have done. And so we will go to that. Can we proceed? Yeah. So let's start with the VARK model here. So V stands for visual learners. You can see the characteristics here. We will go in detail, but just have a look at the characteristics of the visual learners and the study habits of the visual learners. So students sitting here, when this presentation is going on, just try to understand what is your learning style. All right. The more you understand of your learning style, the better you will be able to absorb what is happening in the classroom. And once you understand your preferable learning style, I think studying will be easier for you. All right, let's proceed to the next slide. All right, so these are the students who learn best by seeing. So they prefer information when it is presented in the visual format. So rather than listening to my lecture, there will be some of you who will enjoy looking at the PowerPoint presentation because that is more attractive to them. So they will prefer to see information than any kind of presentation. Now for them, they have the photographic memory, as we say. So they can remember the things visually. So they may not remember my words, but they will remember what they had seen. So these are that type of learners, and that's why they have good aesthetic sense. So these are the students who will see beauty in everything. All right, or whatever they will do it in an aesthetic way because they have the visual preferences of their sensory information. They love watching videos for learning. They use highlighters while studying. So you will see that there are some students who sit with the highlighters and their textbooks will be highlighted a lot. So these are the visual type of learners. All right. So they will use charts and graphs for their presentation. Let's proceed. All right. Auditory learning styles. You can just take a look at the slide and then we will proceed. The characteristics and the study habits. Let's proceed. Okay, so these are the learners who learn best by hearing information. So lecture method is best suitable for those who love to learn in the auditory way. All right. So picture presentation may not appeal them, but the lectures will be appealing to them. They enjoy listening to lectures and they remember best when they are being told. So these will be the students who will love or who will remember what their teacher has been told in the class. All right. They prefer audiobooks and podcasts for learning. Now, this is the last characteristic which you must have observed in your students, or you might be also the preferencing to this. That these are the students who will listen to music while studying, or these are the people, or these are the students who will sing their answers. All right. So if you have such students in your classroom, they are the auditory learners. Going next into the presentation, I will be presenting you the teaching method. So how we can engage these different type of learning styles and the students. Let's proceed. All right. So read and write learners. So these are the students who will be taking lots of notes in the class. You will have such students also. So the way you are talking, they are more busy in writing their notes. All right, that doesn't mean they're not interested in what you're teaching, but actually they are the read, write learners who learn best by reading and writing. So let's proceed. All right, so they learn best when information is presented in a word format or text format. So more than listening to lectures, when they will write the answers, they learn best. They enjoy taking notes while learning any new topic. So I have few students in my class also. Their notebooks, 200-page notebook is filled with the notes. So 1 year, they need 2 to 4 notebooks because they love or prefer writing while I am teaching them. So they prefer solving questions for better understanding and they prefer learning through handouts. So if you give them any extra material to read, they will enjoy it and they will learn it best by that particular method. Alright, the last one here is the kinesthetic learners, which prefer the body movement or any kind of movement activities in their learning. So let's see the characteristics and we'll proceed to the next slide. Just one moment. Alright, let's proceed. Okay. So these are the learners who learn best by doing with the hands-on experiences. So they want a lot of movement, they want a lot of activity, and they are themselves, they are very active students, all right? But please don't get confused between their activity and the children who have the ADHD problem or the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, what we call. There is a slight difference. If your child is diagnosed with ADHD, that is a different thing. But kinesthetic learners, in a way, they are very, very active. So they find it difficult to sit at one place for a longer duration. And I think today is the examination for all of us to sit from 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock at one place. So I think we are not kinesthetic learners in that way. So they enjoy on-field activities and they are good at coordinated activities. So these will be students will be more interested in some kind of games in some kind of physical activities, or in some kind of art-based expressive activities. So these are the characteristics of such students. Besides the VARK model, there are some other types of learners also, which we will see now. Alright, so social learning style. So these are the students who learn best by social interaction, different community interacting, and pair learning. So they can be your peer mentors, what we call them. So these are the students who will learn best when they teach to someone else or when they interact with people. Alright, so more than anything else, when they start explaining what they have understood to other people, they learn best. Solitary learning style is exactly opposite of the earlier one. These are the solo learners, what they are called. So they prefer to learn in isolation, they prefer to study independently, and they prefer to study on their pace. So they don't want to be pushed by other people. They don't want to sit in a group and study. They can't study. So they will be the ones you will find them in library, sitting in one corner and study. All right, fine. Next. Okay, this is the last learning style I have actually included in my presentation, which is one step higher. So probably students who are in master's level, they are expected to have this particular type of learning style. So these are the learners who learn best by critically evaluating ideas and through connections with earlier and new information. This is one step higher when we're talking about, I think most of us are teaching in the junior college section, where this type of learning style is not that encouraged, or we don't encourage our students to a very great extent to be in this particular category. But as they move ahead in their life, they're expected to have this particular learning style where they critically evaluate whatever they are learning and whether they are connecting what they are learning to what they have already learned. All right, let's proceed. Okay, these are some of the important points for teachers to remember when we are learning and understanding learning styles of students. So learning style is not going to be there in isolation. There are many factors which will be influencing the learning style. For example, there are various cognitive factors like attention span, memory, and processing speed. So different students having different attention span, different type of memory, different kind of processing speed will adapt to different learning styles. So as teachers, we need to understand that students' learning style is also influenced by these kind of factors. Other than that, various emotional factors like motivation and self-esteem will influence their learning style. So students who are having high motivation and high self-esteem will probably go for analytical learning style. Students who are having low motivation, let's say low self-esteem, will go for some other easier type of learning styles. It is important to understand that different students will have different learning style. Very simple. The last point is important that different subjects have different learning outcomes. So not all subjects we can teach in this styles. Okay, but I'm very fortunate, or we are very fortunate that subject like psychology can be taught using all the type of learning styles. So we have all the opportunities to go and try out different learning styles and teach with various methods. But there can be some subjects where there are limitations to the way we teach, the kind of teaching methods we use, or the kind of teaching aids we can use. But still, just try to understand that besides your subjects, students will have their learning styles. Let's proceed. Okay, now we will be going to the second half of the presentation, that what teachers can do to engage students having different learning styles. Students can see here that how they can learn using these methods if they are having this particular type of learning style. So if you are a visual learner, we can include pictures, videos, and slides wherever possible. Now I feel that many of our classrooms has become ICT enabled. So whenever possible, or I'm not saying that for every chapter or for every topic, teachers can use the ICT, but at least one topic you select where you can use the PowerPoint presentation or any kind of ICT presentation which will help visual learners to learn best. Encourage students to draw mind maps because mind map is the one what students are going to remember, especially the visual learners. So whatever topic you are teaching, if students can draw mind maps on that, I think their retention and the recall later on will be better. Helping students to highlight important points in textbooks or notes. So highlighters will be useful for visual learners. And if they ask questions, then whatever interaction they are having with the teacher, they are going to remember that in the future. Let's proceed. For auditory learners, it is important that they are going to remember what you are saying. So whenever we are teaching any topic in the class, if we give them very concise and concrete information, that they will be able to remember. Encourage students to participate in group discussions or debates. So the more they discuss, the more they hear, the more they will be able to remember. Provide audio files of lectures whenever possible. This point sometimes is very difficult because during COVID times we are allowed to record our lectures and give it to our students. But I think nowadays, I don't know whether that is allowed. All right, but you can provide some extra auditory files, outsourcing maybe, or the files which we have on YouTube or some any other kind of podcast which is related to your topic, and you can make that topic interesting. Encourage students to express their ideas in the class. Again, like visual learners, the more they talk, the more they will be able to remember. Let's proceed. For read and write learners, these are the students who should be taking practice tests and quizzes. Nowadays, there are a lot of online quizzes also available for free of cost. If we can encourage these students to take this type of quizzes, I think they will benefit from that. Provide written assignments and encourage students to write their reflections. The second part is important because assignments everybody write, all right? But how they write, we all know, probably. But when we are asked students to write their reflections on that, probably that is something which they cannot copy from anywhere. They have to write it on their own, and that will help them to learn better. Reference materials to students for additional reading, which we all keep giving, and constructive feedback on their writing, which is very important. So whenever students are bringing something to the teachers, if we give them constructive feedback on that, that is going to help them to learn in a better way. Let's proceed. Okay. For kinesthetic learners, sometimes it is very, very difficult for teachers to accommodate this type of students in the curriculum because as they rely more on activities, these are some simple things what we can do is provide opportunities for role playing and acting out the content, which we can do in psychology very well. Encourage students for hands-on projects whenever possible. Of course, there are limitations, I do understand. And art-based learning. This is the newest concept again in the field of psychology also where art-based learning can take place. But in other subjects also, if teachers can think about art-based learning, I think that will help the kinesthetic learners a lot. Let's proceed. Social learners can learn best when they are encouraged for group discussion and debates. And I think, forget about social learners, but in general, all students will benefit when there is a group discussion or when there is a debate happening in the class. Because I have seen my students participating in debates and group discussion with a lot of motivation. So you can probably, announce any topic for debate or a discussion. You can keep it for as an assignment or you can keep it for anyways any interactive session and that will benefit students. Assign topics for group presentation, I think which we all, most of us do in our classes. Make students leader for pure teaching. These are the students who will enjoy when they are appointed as a leader. Okay, or when they are being told that you have to teach this particular group of students. They will enjoy. They will really be motivated and they will take the charge of that particular activity which you are giving to them. So social learners can learn best when they are given such opportunities. And anyways, in general also I want to tell students that if you want to learn best whatever you are been doing, please go and teach to somebody else. The more you explain to somebody else, the better will be your understanding also. Whether you are a social learner or not, it doesn't matter. But the more you express, the more you explain it to someone else what you have learned, you have the better perspectives of understanding it to yourself. So please try that thing now. Let's proceed. Okay, solo learners, we will be able to identify these type of learners also in our classroom. Now handling them is altogether different thing because they want to learn alone. So there are different things which we have to take care that give students clear goals and objectives. So these are the students where we have to deal with them one-on-one. We have to take and we have to give them clear-cut goals that these are the goals set and this is what you have to accomplish. We have to also track their progress and provide feedback, which is again, I'm not written here, but it has to be a constructive feedback. And help students to maintain pace with their learning. So as teachers, we have to we have to be with them with their progress. As students, then if suppose your teachers are not available for you, if you are a solo learner, you can try this setting goals and objectives for your own self. All right, let's proceed. All right. So if students are interested in learning what is their learning style, or if teachers are very keen that they want to know that what kind of learning styles their students are having, these are some of the inventories which can be followed for understanding your preferences of learning style. Of course, I understand that in junior college section, we have more than 100 students in the class, or definitely the Indian scenario is that more than 50, 60, 80 students are there in the class. So sometimes going through this type of very professional kind of inventory may not be possible, but I think we are very smart to understand our students' learning style, even otherwise also, even without doing any inventories we are very good in understanding our own students. So even though you are not going through the inventories, as a teacher looking at your students, you can have a crude idea of what kind of learning style your students are having. Learning style quizzes are available online for free of cost. The authenticity of such quizzes may be in question, but it can give you rough idea of your learning style or your preference of learning style. So if you are very, very interested, you can go through this. All right, next. Okay. This is the very important part of my presentation. As teachers, as students, or as any kind of educators, this is very important according to me. Now, why the entire journey of understanding learning styles, of why that mental health part, and what is the exact goal of this conference of today's, is because we believe that everyone can learn under right circumstances. So there is no student who should be felt left out, or there is no student who cannot learn. Probably then we have to see what kind of methods we are adapting to make them learn. So in your class, as a teacher, our goal has to be that every student has to learn. And if that is not happening, probably we have to reflect on our own self whether we have understood the learning styles of our students. All right. The next point is again very, very important, that learning can be fun. I think I should cut that for can be, and it should be learning has to be fun. All right. What subject you teach, what level you teach, who is in front of you, it doesn't matter. The learning has to be a fun-filled process. Okay, it is not that only psychology is a subject which can be fun, but I feel that very difficult or very different kind of subjects like economics, political science also can be taught in a way where students will really enjoy that. And I think as a teacher, I always have a goal that my students should fall in love with the subject, whatever I teach. It's not that they should fall in love with me, that comes later. But first is that they should fall in love with the subject, whatever I teach. So it doesn't matter whether I teach psychology or whether I teach English literature or whether I teach Hindi or Marathi, it doesn't matter. So learning has to be fun. And it will be fun when we cater the needs of all different types of learners. Inclusive education can be possible when we know learning styles. Now, this is another concept which is coming into the field of psychology and in the field of education. That where we are looking forward for including every student in the classroom. So, whatever the learning style the child has, whatever the ability the child has to be felt included in the class. It will boost, now, why learning style is important, again, the pointers are related to that, because it will boost students' self-esteem and self-confidence. So when students feel engaged, when students are feeling that they are learning the subject or they are understanding the subject, it will automatically give boost to their, what we call in psychology, academic self-concept. So when they feel confident about their subject, they will feel confident about their own self, which will boost their self-esteem. They will start loving their own self because they start understanding what is being taught in the class. It will help teachers for developing engaging classrooms. So sometimes we teacher find it very, very difficult to keep the class engaged when the class strength is going beyond 100. I remember I had the biggest strength of my classroom where I had 168 students in the same classroom. So the job of mine was very, very difficult to keep these 168 students engaged. Now, if I can deal with their learning styles, they will automatically be engaged in my classroom. Students will retain their interest in the subject, which is the core thing which we all want. And why we want that? Because we want their better academic performance. The point has come very, very late here, but I think the basic fundamental of what we all teachers are looking forward is student academic performance, right? So again, that is going to be the obvious outcome of understanding learning styles. That's why I have not included that point in the beginning. But definitely, students will also have better academic performance if they understand their learning style and we teachers understand their learning style. It will lead to better mental health of students. So academic failure can be very devastating for students because they may lose their self-confidence, they may lose their self-esteem, they may go into depression. I think we have been talking about depression and suicide, and there are many cases of depression and suicide which are related with their academic failures also. So, if they are doing well academically, I think we can have a positive impact on their mental health also, and we can reduce the cases of depression and suicide because of academic failures. And again, overall, it will lead to overall their life satisfaction in a better way. So students are going to gain a lot when they study as per their learning style, and teachers as well will have a lot when they teach as per the learning styles of the students. So from the perspective of students and teachers, understanding learning styles is very, very important, and on a bigger picture for better mental health of students as well as teachers, following the learning styles and having teaching methods as per the learning styles is very, very important. All right. I think that's the end of my presentation. There is a thank you slide. All right. I thank you so much. I understand that it was the last session and I have tried all your patience at the end of the day. Uh, but I hope that I have catered your learning style needs and I have kept you engaged in the session. And at the same time, I have not bored you. All right. So I thank you all and I thank you everyone who gave me this opportunity to come here and be a part of this wonderful conference. Thank you and have a great evening.
I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our speaker, Dr. Jafar. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights on the topic. Your insights about the shift in the education system, attention to personalized needs of students, in-depth description and importance of learning styles, and the corresponding teaching methods were very well informative. Thank you for generously sharing your time, expertise, and perspective with us. Now I'd like to invite Ms. uh, now like to invite Ms. Kritika Pandya to introduce our next speaker.
मॉर्निंग में हो गया ना, हम लोग भूल गए।
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kritika Pandya from MA Part 1. So it is my esteemed privilege to introduce Ms. Aditi Devakar. She is the lead psychologist at Mindful by the Mind Health app. With a strong background in counseling, psychology, and digital mental health, she is committed to making mental health support accessible, practical, and evidence-based through technology-driven platforms. With training in counseling psychology and experience working with diverse populations, she focuses on emotional well-being, stress management, mental awareness, and resilience building. In her leadership role at Mindful, she contributes to the development of structured mental health programs, user-centric approach, and holistic well-being initiatives, and empowering individuals to take charge of their mental health. So now I would like the audience to give a huge round of applause for Ms. Aditi. A little louder.
I don't have a PPT, I won't be taking much of time, but I do have a lot to speak. So I will be talking a lot. I prefer 25-30 minutes is what I'm assuming. I'm just going to read up my notes that I'm from here with. Not boring many of you all, but I just want to start by saying that firstly, now is audible. But still. So thank you for the warm welcome. I'm working with Mindful by MSG. It's my health buddy. It's an app. They are majorly into physical fitness, and I'm heading the mental health team, where we are talking about emotional eating disorders and stuff like that, and many things more. So that's something that you can check out our page on Instagram. We are very big on Instagram. My health buddy. So firstly. When I stand here, it's extremely surreal because in this hall, in this college, it feels incredibly surreal because I have walked these same corridors 15 years ago with the same fear and same confidence also of a fear of exams and confidence of becoming a psychologist. It's like returning back home. I came here carrying big dreams and even bigger declarations that I wanted to be a psychologist. Like Nirma mentioned, I fell in love with my subject when my 11th grade teacher was teaching us about altruism. And when she was teaching me about altruism is when I felt, this subject, I want to be a psychologist. And when I told her that I want to be a psychologist, she smiled very warmly at me and she said, Aditi, first finish your assignment. That moment stayed with me. Not because that's what, that she said, okay, finish your assignment, but that's what educators do. Educators, they don't crush our dreams. They ground our dreams. And dreams were planted here, and I am happy to say that they grew. Today I stand before you all, not as a student who worried about deadlines, but as a speaker, as a valedictory functionary, as in the last session, who had worked with students, families, and educational institutions, and most importantly, as an alumni returning home after 15 years. Let me begin with something that's slightly uncomfortable. That we are raising a generation that knows how to solve calculus, but panics when WhatsApp is typing. WhatsApp thinks they're typing for a bit too long. A generation that can make reels with 17 transitions, but sometimes may struggle to say, I am not okay. And honestly, even adults are not very different. Half of us say, I'm fine, even when I'm not fine. It's similar to when we say, I'll start dieting from Monday or from the new year. Knowing only that we may not start dieting from Monday or from the new year. Well, getting in humor sometimes is very essential to face some harsh truths.
And these truths are exactly what we spoke of today here. The theme of the conference here, educators and emerging scholars as catalysts for students' mental health, is not merely a theme, but it is a responsibility. A responsibility and a reminder that we are not simply teaching subjects and chapters, but we are completely shaping human beings. Before I move ahead, I would like you all to just reflect for one small moment, not share it with me or anyone, but just pause with me for a few seconds and think of one student, not the most brilliant one, not the most difficult one, but the one who's quiet, the one who is quiet. Now ask yourself, do you know that child's complete story? Do you know what do you think that the student needs the most right now? Not academically, not in terms of marks, but emotionally. Hold that thought gently, because very often mental health in classrooms is built not through big interventions, but through small, consistent acts of presence. When I look back at the student I was here 15 years ago, I see someone with dreams larger than her experience and fears bigger than her confidence. This institution taught me theories, concepts, techniques, and life taught me empathy. And the educators here taught me how to build the gap between the two. Today's students do carry pressure that we never imagined. The academic pressure we all had, but the social media and the pressure around that, the pressure to perform, the pressure to be present all the time and be the best in their class, the pressure to never fail. The most concerning part is that they rarely speak. We all provide them with the space. We have counselors on campus, we have teachers who are kind, but still they hide behind the smiles. And not because they are weak, but sometimes, that presence, and we have not probably taught them the language of emotions. Ask a teenager what is wrong, and they answer often nothing, and ask again. And you may still get, I said, nah, nothing, nothing. But that means most of us would know that means something is very, very wrong. Students today write long social media captions, but struggle to write a two-line message when they need help. They can edit videos, like we said, with ease, but it's difficult to manage the emotional overwhelm. Just like for before exams, where they feel that, I could reach out to a friend and say that I don't know this concept, can you teach me, or to a teacher. They may think of the image that they can. This is where educators and scholars play an irreplaceable role. And let us ask ourselves, who is child's first therapist? The safe space actually most of the times. As children, a child's first lesson in emotional regulation comes not from a psychologist, but from a teacher about how she responds to a mistakes, how they respond to the tone, the patience, and the reactions to failure. All these shape up a student's self-worth because the teachers hold that power over them. And that, that affects them more deeply than any of the examination results. A single sentence from a teacher can either break one child's spirit or build resilience. During my postgraduate years here, there was a time when I walked into the class carrying an emotional storm. I was going through a particularly difficult week, trying to hold myself together on the outside while feeling completely overwhelmed within. In the middle of the lecture, my professor paused. She closed the book and, she looked around the classroom and she said,
You can't pour from an empty cup. Then she looked at me, not with pity, not with judgment, but just with mere presence. That did not ask any questions, but yet that understood everything. I'm not going to name specifically who we are talking about because most of us would know who she is. And I want her to know that this moment stayed with me because and it shaped me as a professional as well because when I sit with my clients today, I pause before offering my interpretation. The way I honor their silence, their exhaustion, their vulnerability, all of it carries her influence. In many ways, my entire journey as a psychologist is a tribute to the educator she was and continues to be. Because educators do not just teach subjects, they teach us how to be humans. And sometimes, like I said, that one sentence at the right moment does not just change a day, it changes life. One more incident I feel that I'm compelled to share here because it reminds us why connections matters more than compliance. It is from the years when I was working here in BMN as a psychologist. There was a first year student, BSc student here, a very bright child, who had come to college after failing NEET. She joined this BSc course after failing NEET. And like many students who, experience academic disappointment at an early age, she was struggling. She was often absent, disengaged, and repeatedly found herself in blacklists. And she found herself in the in the blacklist. On paper, she was the problem student, but Mala ma'am did not see that as a problem. She saw her as a person. And she saw the student who was grieving a broken plan, a student whose confidence had taken a hit, a student whose brilliance had nowhere to land yet. And instead of labeling her, Mala ma'am intervened. She spoke to the student, she spoke to the parent, she got her to the counseling center. She created a conversation, not around the attendance, but around the direction, the strength, and the possibilities. And that direction changed everything. Because what the student needed at that moment was not punishment, was not pressure, or reminder or rules, but just one adult saying that I see your potential, even when you cannot see it yourself. And today, the same student is a successful entrepreneur. Not because she suddenly became disciplined or the syllabus changed, but because one educator chose connection over control. That is the power of mentoring. And this is what happens when we look beyond the label of average, regular, or irregular. And instead ask, what is the student carrying? What has the student lost? What does the student need right now? Every classroom has such children, bright, capable, but emotionally stuck. And it's the teacher's belief that often becomes the bridge between the failure and the possibility. I am sure every educator here has one story on such lines that never made it to report cards, that never made it to rankings. Stories of students who bloomed because someone noticed them at the right time. And that is what makes this profession so deeply enriching. Because education is not just about producing graduates, it's about restoring confidence, rebuilding self-esteem, and helping young minds rewrite their own narratives. Because healing is not always found in interventions. Sometimes it exists in a pause, a smile, a teacher remembering your name, or silence that feels safe. And that is what I call emotional infrastructure. The infrastructure, what adds to the safe feeling that a student can feel. If we want mentally healthy students, we need emotionally aware educators. Just the emotionally, not just counselors and psychologists, but just emotionally aware human beings. Psychological safety in classrooms is essential. It is created when mistakes are explored rather than punished, when questions are encouraged, not mocked, when feelings are acknowledged rather than dismissed. At the same time, it is important to recognize that even though students in the same class, they are not the same. Their learning capacities, attention spans, emotional readiness, processing skills differ, and Cinema has covered many of these things. While a common teaching method can be used, learning can be differentiated as per the children's needs. You all went through a lot of that. I won't be covering all of that. Concepts explained using models, demonstrations, and charts drawn in front of children often leave a deeper impact than the slides projected on screen. Classroom discussions, when prompted, allow students to think aloud, express ideas without fear, and build confidence gradually. Even if there is only one child who's answering repeatedly in the class, others think that it doesn't progress. But they're thinking in their mind that introspection is what counts. There is also one more person, from this institution. When I worked closely with Vidya ma'am, when I was here, I noticed that she never simply issued books. She noticed students. She asked, "What are you reading? What do you want to read?" Not what क्या project है, क्यों करने का है. It was never like that. I have seen students walking into the library unsure, anxious, sometimes even trying to hide. But I have seen them walking back, holding a book and a little more of confidence. For some students, library becomes a safe space in college. For many of us, who were studying, library is a place where you can just go be. Not everyone learns at the same pace. Not everyone processes information in the same way, and libraries provide them that pace. So this is also emotional infrastructure, a place where attention spans are respected, not crushed, where curiosity is encouraged, not forced, where a student can be average academically but feel deeply valued as a thinker and a learner. When we speak about resilience and confidence and self-esteem, we often imagine classrooms and lectures, but sometimes resilience is built quietly between the shelves, in the soft conversations, a book recommended at the right moment. That is why mental health in educational institutions is not a responsibility of one department or one professional. It's carried collectively by teachers, mentors, librarians, and every adult who creates space where a student feels safe to be themselves. This conference has meaningfully addressed key themes such as resilience, confidence, self-esteem, student mental health. These are not abstract concepts. They are lived experiences that unfold daily in classroom through small, consistent actions. It is also important to acknowledge that educators today are mentoring a very different generation. We once feared our teachers, but today's students share memes and emojis with their teachers. This changing landscape requires not only compassion but creativity too. Students are more connected than ever, but yet lonelier than ever too. More informed, yet more anxious, whether they're enough. Achieving more, yet feeling less. In this context, the role of educators has never been more crucial. Marks will define a student's future, but belief will shape their whole identity. The syllabus may shape character, but presence will, navigate, help them navigate through their difficult situations. Counselors do not walk in classrooms every day, but teachers do. Every time an educator chooses patience over punishment, we are nurturing resilience and confidence. Yes, before I conclude, let me return to one final mantra that belongs deeply in educators' space. That Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Daya Rupena Samhita. A bow to the goddess who resides within us all as compassion, because while knowledge educates,
compassion transforms. Before I end, I would like to leave you all with a simple thought who's working with, with a simple thought, not as a psychologist or as an alumni, but as someone who is working with, young minds every day. Years from now, we as students may forget chapters, what we taught, we may forget the grades, but we will never forget the safe space that the presence that we felt. We will remember the teacher who didn't rush them when they were struggling, the one who didn't label them when they were slow. And that is not something that we can put in a report card, but that is something that we carry in our hearts. So thank you all the educators for carrying our children, not just academically, but humanly. And thank you for having me and for listening to me. And thank you for being the adults our children can trust and depend upon.
I would like to call our principal, Mrs. Archana. Ma'am, to please come up on stage and felicitate our guest speaker, Ms. Aditi Dev, sir. On behalf of our excellent institution, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Aditi for such an insightful presentation on how educators are really very important part of our student life. And I would really agree with you. Each and every point which you said was very true because I did my BA, so I know what it feels to be this side, what it feels to be that side as well. So it is very important for a teacher to know that you are really very important for us and we say that ma'am, we love your lectures, we understand what you are teaching. And it is right now you feel ke nahi ye matka maari hai, but no. After 10 years, this will be your greatest salary check for you. I'm saying this because I still remember all my students till now, whatever they have said. And yes, I covered the points. We truly appreciate we truly appreciate you taking time and sharing such great knowledge with us because it was really very connecting, especially for me. And once again, please a round of applause for Ms. Aditi. I would like to also call our principal ma'am to please come on stage.
She's already there on stage.
Please come near the podium and just a few words.
I'm sure that you are following vote of time, so this is it. This is the vote of time, so I'm continuing, so there is one. Yes. Okay. So a few concluding thoughts. At the outset, even before thanking the resource person, I want to thank the teachers who are here. This was something that I wanted to do for a long time. The teachers have felt pressure. की मुलगी रडते तर मग कळत नाही आम्हाला कसं रिस्पॉन्ड करायचं. Sometimes you see the stress on the students' faces, but we are not all equipped in how to handle it. Even at home, it happens, somebody cries and the reactions are रडते काय. Especially if men cry or boys cry, it is मुलीसारखा रडतोच काय. Which is not really an appropriate statement to me. But these are naturally, we are not trained in how to respond. And because of that, there are times when the teachers have faced this. And I think right in the beginning also when we used to do the mental health week, we used to have sessions for teachers for this. Then increasingly I realized that, students, I see, the stress, the frustration tolerance capacities. And I realize that, that as educators, we need to have some kind of skills, techniques to deal with this, to understand them also. And which is why this dream project of mine, which is there in my heart and my mind, could actually come into reality because of Dr. Mala Panduram's offer of having a conference in association with Dr. B.M.S. College of Sports and under the Rusa grant. And so I'm really thankful to all the teachers. They had their duties today and they had, some of them had supervision. But in spite of that, they came here and cooperated and supported me in this venture of reaching these thoughts across the audience. Students of the master's level, they were part of the organizing committee also. And so I'm sure they learned a lot. And even for this kind of an exposure of a conference, there is so much food for thought in their developing years. This became available to them. So I'm really grateful. Regarding the resource persons, today you really met a galaxy of speakers, all experts in the field of psychology, and all of them from the ones who have actually worked in this particular sphere. And out of them, 3 or 4 of them were our own ex-students. And that gives a special pleasure. With Aditi here today for the valedictory, I cannot put it in words my happiness because she was here earlier and then when there was an opportunity in BMN College, she was a counselor. And together we've done some writing, we've taken sessions for the NSS together. And what I realized was very often I didn't have to tell her exactly what I want. A little idea and she knew exactly what I was wanting and what I was hinting at. So we've had a very good rapport. She also came as a visiting for some time and was trying to balance home and careers. So, it's a journey together that the teacher and the student takes. And even in the mornings, you had Gunadi, you had Shweta. So, all of them have been an important, integral part and touched my heart at varying points in time. And I'm extremely proud that they are doing what they are doing today in the sphere of mental health. So thank you, Aditi, no words and thank you for that. And thank you for organizing it. Varsha took a lot of pains and very well supported by Sunami sir. Vedashi, I don't know, she's now become an expert at Rusa conferences. Uh, Congratulations to Vedashi, she's got married recently. We give her all the very best. And balancing that, she has been able to carry out this conference again, very much supported by Prachi, Disha, and the entire team of students and teachers. So thank you so much, one and all. That's what I started off with, but it's अशी इच्छा असते की हे आपण करावं. आणि ते actually झालं की जे समाधान असतं ना ते शब्दात नाही व्यक्त करू शकत. So a big thank you and a big congratulations to all from all of us here. And tomorrow there is something on stress management. Again, this was something need-based. I saw the stress the teachers experience and we had planned this. But of course, we have now kind of made it more generalized and we have included along with teachers, employees from any sector. So looking forward to a good day of deliberations tomorrow also, and there will be 2 other ex-students who will be here. So thank you. Christina, I'm proud of. She started off anchoring life skills, and then there will be Kathy, physical and opportunity, all of which is beneficial. Thank you.
So as we come to the end of today's conference, it is evident that student mental health is a shared responsibility. That one that calls for empathy, awareness, consistent effort from all the educators and institutions alike. And On behalf of the organizing team, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for sharing your valuable insights and experiences for today's conference. Your contributions have enriched our understanding and reinforced the vital role of educators in supporting student well-being. We express our heartfelt thanks to Principal Professor Dr. Mala Panduranga and Dr. Archana Patki ma'am for their guidance and support. We also express a sincere appreciation to RUSA 2.0, our sponsor, to Dr. Banoben Manindra, Nanavati College of Home Science, to Srimati Maniben, Tisha Women's College, to Department of Psychology and Samveda Counseling Center for their continued commitment to student mental health and meaningful academic dialogue. I also thank the faculty members, organizing committee, volunteers, technical staff, and students for their dedicated efforts to all the participants that have made to the conference today. And thank you for your active engagement and staying till the last. And now, and yes, also Yasin sir, a big thank you to Yasin sir for staying till the end. And now I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we conclude our today's conference. Thank you all and hope you have a pleasant evening.
Sorry.
I kindly request everyone to please be seated for a few minutes to click some photos and now we can proceed.
Shreya, come on, take a photo of all the teachers.
Thank you very much.